Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happier spending some time with us. Chip and Zay. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel, please like and subscribe, and please give your love and business to these incredible sponsors you see around our faces. If you're listening to us on the app, then please play along on the Circuit of the Americas COTA text line 512-222-9328. Zay, loaded show today. Texas softball is going to play Texas Tech in the Women's College World Series Championship Series starting tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. Who saw this coming? Texas finally breaks through the Oklahoma bugaboo. Then Texas Tech eliminates OU. Texas Tech had never hosted a regional. Texas Tech had never been to a super regional. Texas Tech had never been to a Women's College World Series, but that's what Niga Kennedy has done for the Red Raiders and first-year coach Jerry Glasgow. Zay, I'll throw it to you on this. Last year, Texas beat Texas Tech. Are you ready for this?
Let's go.
They played 4 times. Texas beat Texas Tech in 2024, 13-3 in 5 innings, 23-0 in 5 innings, 14-4 in 5 innings, and 13-4 in 5 innings. That is an average of 16-3 in 5 innings. And now look at Texas Tech, Zay.
Yeah, can we get those teams on Wednesday? I'll take that. But yeah, Niga Kennedy, she's completely changed this whole program. And we talked about it yesterday. She was worth every penny. I mean, to throw every single pitch for Texas Tech in the softball World Series, are you kidding me? Like, hopefully she's worn down a little bit. Playing Texas favor. Like, you got to rely on fatigue because she's that dynamic. And I think there's an intimidation factor that she has too, like a psychological thing. When you go up to face her and you're in the box, you're realizing you're facing one of the greatest to ever do it. $1 million woman she is. So that's going to be tough to overcome. And of course, it's Niga Kennedy is the one to take down the dynasty of Oklahoma softball. Like, they were trying to 5-peat, and I get it. Those seniors that left in 2024 that were part of the 4-peat, that all they saw was national championships once those girls graduated. This is a different team for Patty Gasso, but at Oklahoma, still across the chest. Patty Gasso still in that dugout calling shots. And we know I'm not the biggest Patty Gasso fan, but I give Patty respect.
You're a hater.
I am a hater. Yeah. You know what? I am a hater.
You're a hater. You're a hater of Patty Gasso. She's won too much. It's time for other people to win.
Proud hater. You know what I'm saying? They need more people like me to go around. So I was hate watching yesterday. Yeah, part of me was going for Tech. I don't think I've ever went for Tech in anything in my life. Anything. Like, I wanted
not even Cheryl Swoops.
Hell no, because she left Texas. She left Texas to go there. Something like, you don't want to play for Jody Conrad? You're homesick? You're a West Texas girl? You're homesick for real? And then you leave and then win a national championship with them and drop 40 in the process? I like Cheryl Swoops now. Her time with the Houston Comets She did her thing there. But yeah, I'll no. Cheryl Swoops, she don't get a pass either. So for me to hate watch and go for Tech like I was last night, some you'll see very often from your boy Zay. But it had to be done.
Coach 420 says Gasso is the Kim Mulkey of softball.
She might be worse, man, because Kim hasn't won that much. Like Patty Gasso, how many titles she got? 8? That's way too many.
That's way too many.
Like, I ain't tripping on Baylor. Like, Baylor's Baylor. Baylor, everything they've gone through in Waco, Baylor could use that success that they had from Kim Mulkey and a couple of years ago with Scott Drew. I ain't tripping on Baylor. And our boy John McClain, he's a former Bear. So Baylor, there's nothing I really hate about Baylor much. When they succeed, I said, damn, it sucks because it ain't Texas and they're right down the road. But it's not the same as Tech, A&M, Oklahoma. If Arkansas wins, I don't trip. Like, oh, well, good for Arkansas. But, yeah, Niga Kennedy. That's what I was telling you yesterday. If I was her agent right now, I need about 500,000 more. Sorry. So hey.
500,000 more, or I'm not going on the mound on Wednesday.
Why not? Why not? Niga Kennedy, she ain't going to do that. She ain't no Nico, but I think about it. I ain't going on the mound. Sorry. My teammates, oh well. Y'all understand what I bring to the table? Y'all understand what this arm brings to the table? Some of them girls last year, what we say yesterday, rump roast, eating PB&Js. Eating PB&Js every night. Eating ramen noodles every night.
Rump roast.
Now you out here eating Wagyu.
Wagyu.
You know what I'm saying? You out here on your fine dining. You know, the $300 plates. Life's changed. A lot of them girls last year, Texas Tech, life was rough. You just put out those stats. That was one of them games where Mike White was probably just sitting in the dugout. They're probably not even on third base. Sitting in the dugout chilling because you ain't worried about Texas Tech. Now, better eat your Wheaties.
Well, it was interesting. We're going to talk to our man Hank South, managing editor of Horns 24/7. Huge recruiting weekend last weekend. All kinds of activity. Recruiting weekend for the Longhorns. We'll get the latest. But so that game last night, we just got to touch on it for a second. So Texas Tech and Oklahoma are playing. Niga Kennedy's pitching a great game. The coach at Texas Tech, Jerry Glasgow, was the coach at Louisiana last year, where now OU pitcher Sam Landry was Jerry Glasgow's ace. So no one had a better scouting report on Sam Landry than Jerry Glasgow. Texas Tech is winning the game 2-0. There are 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, and there are 2 strikes on the hitter, and she goes yard with a person on base to tie the game 2-2. And you're like, oh, Sooner magic is happening again. But then Texas Tech ends up getting a walk-off sacrifice fly. Tech wins 3-2. Jerry Glasgow, the coach, said that he told his team, I'm glad that we had to win that way. He said, we got better as a team. This is what a coach should say. We got better as a team because we had to win that way. We had to dig deep and come through. And he said a lot of other things about, Niga Kennedy, her recruitment. He said he promised her that Tech would score 360 runs. That would be the run support she needed. Tech has scored 398 runs this year. And, he said that when he was selling her on Texas Tech, he was telling her and her family that if you make it big at Texas Tech, you'll be known all over the country. You become a household name because you're not at some established blue blood. You'll be seen as the player responsible for the rise of Texas Tech. And he's kind of right about that. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, he's right about that. I mean, $1 million don't hurt either. Like, he ain't mentioned that. Like, please, like, mention that, coach. I'd respect, like, oh, that's good coach speak. That's beautiful. Oh, we showed her on the vision. We're going to have so many runs in this season. You're going to have all this support, and she could be the household name from, not blue blood, but one of those teams. Oh, yeah, blase, blase, blah. Just tell the truth, coach. We paid her $1 million. She wasn't getting that from anybody else. We are getting the return on our investment. That's all I see. I appreciate Coach saying that. That's good coach talk. He's going into this Texas series as kind of the underdog, especially Texas and Tech in general. Tech's always, I don't even call Tech the little brother. They're the cousin. They're the cousin that you just can't stand, that you don't see very often. Like, they ain't even that, and they hate that. Tech fans hate Texas. They can't stand them. And they're going to bring all that hate into Oklahoma City and in this softball series. And it's going to be fun. I'm very excited to see what happens. But yeah, coach, beautiful. That was well done. That deserves a golf clap because we all know why she there. I ain't trying to hear none of it. We're talking about a softball player here. Getting the mill, softball player. Like, I can't say that enough. Getting the mill, yeah. It's Lubbock.
And James, don't think I'm crowning Niga Kennedy because she is 1-3 against Texas. She is 0-3 when Tegan Cavan is the starter for Texas in the circle.
I like those.
0-3, including both games in the Women's College World Series last year. Texas gave Stanford its first loss in the WCWS and then gave them their second and final loss. And Tegan Cavan threw one-hitters, complete game one-hitters in both. Shut them out, 4-zip and 1-zip. And then they met again in February, Valentine's Day in Austin in blustery 40-degree temperatures, and Tegan Cavan threw a career-high 18 strikeouts. Niga Kennedy threw 11 strikeouts. Texas won 2-1. So Niga Kennedy brings out the beast and the best in Tegan Cavan. Tegan Cavan doesn't look like much. She was high school teammates with Caitlin Clark. They were the stud high
school teammates? I think they didn't play together. They just went to the same school.
Or whatever, classmates. But they were the stud athletes.
They played together. I was like, I didn't hear about this.
They were the stud athletes at their Iowa high school. Like, they know each other.
Yeah.
I'm sure Caitlin Clark, when she's not, flopping or whatever.
Oh, whoa, wow. Flopping?
I mean,
wow, you sound like your team Angel Reese. What is
Ooh.
going on?
No, listen, I like Caitlin Clark. I like Hank South better. Let's bring in Hank. Hank South, managing editor, MVP, Horns 24/7 Sports. And folks, we got a 60% off promo going right now at Horns 24/7 Sports. Become an annual member. And you want to be an annual member at Horns 24/7. You get all the scoop from Hank, myself, Eric Henry, Jordan Scruggs, Will Turboff, and you get VIP access to all the team sites on the preeminent 24/7 Sports network. Hank, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm going to warn you, it's summer break now, so there's no telling. There could be a kid that comes across the screen.
That's fine.
Noise. Just
listen, half of our guests are doing other things while they're talking to us. We call it carpool, communication.
I've also got a serious shower sweat going, so it might be
towel yourself off. You're getting some exercise. You got that runner's high going. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Hank, we were just talking about Texas softball. What is your level of interest and excitement for Texas Tech for a national championship?
I'm pumped. I mean, that game versus Oklahoma on Saturday, like that was like an all-time Texas athletics moment. I feel like, you look at OU, 4-time defending national champion. Texas can't get over the hump of OU, pitching against the All-American, Sam Landry, Tegan Cavan coming off, very emotional day for her. I mean, that was awesome to watch that game. And then, you can't really ask for a better popcorn matchup with this World Series, with the championship series with Tegan Cavan and Niga Kennedy. I mean, that's going to be, her ERA is, Kennedy is 0.86 all season. I don't know what it went to after last night, but
number 1 in the nation.
Yeah. And like, she's pitched 250 innings. It's insane. I mean, Tech spent very wise NIL money with that. That's totally paid off with their investment into that. So I'm pumped. I don't know what to expect. If they were playing OU, I probably wouldn't be very optimistic because I think that's asking a lot to beat OU twice. After making them out on Saturday and beating them then. They beat Tech earlier this season. They shut them out. They're very used to pitching against Kennedy. I mean, am I saying her name right? Kennedy?
Yeah, Kennedy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Don't want any disrespect.
Niga.
Yeah, Niga. I watched most of that game last night. That was a pretty intense ending with the tag. So yeah, no, I'm really excited. I'm curious to see how this goes. That'd be pretty cool for Texas softball to win their first title.
How about the baseball team, Hank? I mean, the softball team has us on a high, but the baseball team, man, very disappointed into the season. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a bummer. I mean, you have a 6-1 lead against UTSA on Saturday night. You blow that. Sunday, you look great against K-State. You do what you need to do with that game, come back out an hour later. And, they kept getting guys on base and they just kept, that's a big reason, they didn't win or compete much in that game, but also all the hit, but, hitting the batters, 4 different batters got hit by a pitch. The pitching kind of just got to them in the end as deep as they are, with pitching, hey guys, shh. I swear. But no, that was frustrating. Some of the strikeouts, just not even swinging on them, just caught looking, and some of the errors they made. It was a bummer. But I mean, I'll say freaking UTSA, if they play like that, that's a team that can make the College World Series. They're just a gritty. They can hit the ball. Their pitching gets it done. They do just enough. Who ended up winning the Irvine UCLA series? Did you see?
Yes. Hold on. Stand by.
I would think UCLA.
UCLA.
So I guess they'll. But I mean, SEC overall kind of laid an egg in the regionals. I mean, LSU
the
almost
only
got bounced last
SEC
night.
teams left are Tennessee, LSU, Auburn, and Arkansas.
And LSU and Tennessee both got taken to the brink of elimination too. I mean, LSU had to come back against Little Rock last night. So Vanderbilt, number 1 seed, getting bounced. So yeah, it's a bummer, but I think there's plenty of positives to work on going into next season. And I'm sure the portal is going to be very lucrative. Texas is going to be a very lucrative destination for a lot of these top guys, as we work through the portal this month.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a tough one, but you could be Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt has not gotten out of the regional in 4 straight years. Like,
it's wild.
Now, granted, the 5 years ago they were in the championship series, but and they won it actually. That was the COVID weird year against NC State, where NC State ended up having to default a game because they didn't have enough players. Blah blah blah. But yeah, Texas. We were talking about this. Was it a successful season, Hank? And I say yes.
Yeah.
Because yeah, but go ahead.
I think they overachieved. I don't think anybody expected them to be the number 2 national seed. And could have, should have, like, obviously you can look at Jared Spencer going out and being, that can be a big reason why, you struggled down the stretch. After that Arkansas series, it just seemed like they kind of lost some of their mojo. You lose a couple to Florida at home. You don't get out of the, you have a really good game against Tennessee in the SEC tournament, but, I think it's a success. Oh, I think you can say it's, successful moments. I don't know. If you don't get past the regional, as the season as a whole, but still SEC champions, I don't know. I'm torn. It's kind of like, when Texas won the Big 12 championship, then loses to Abilene Christian in the first round of the basketball tournament. It's like, you're not going to remember that season now. So, but, I think there's certainly plenty to build on and plenty of excitement, for next year. What did Brian Davis tweet about Texas baseball?
I don't know. Let me see what Brian Davis is tweeting about Texas baseball.
Let's see. I don't see anything.
Yeah, I said yesterday, hey, for me, it wasn't a successful season. I think when you're at Texas, there's a certain standard, and we saw them at their best. And yes, the Jared Spencer thing happened. That was brutal. Max Ballou missing all those games, brutal. I thought he started to get hot a little bit too late, which was unfortunate. But, man, this team, they just had so much promise. It seemed like they started beating themselves. That's when it got, when Jalen Flores was making errors, and you got Rylan Galvan just bad tag ups. And
yeah, that gave that viral crowd shot of that kid going, use your head. And like every time, like, I don't even know how healthy they got Max over here. A
little south.
Galvan, every time he was swinging the bat, like he was like wincing and just like very sharp pain. And then, Adrian Rodriguez seemed like he wasn't feeling great. It was good to see Max Ballou kind of get find his swing back, in the last couple games. But yeah, it was a bummer, but yeah, we'll see.
Hank, we are in the heart of recruiting season for Texas football. Big weekend last weekend, camp. Tell us about that before we get into this official visitor weekend this weekend.
Yeah, so they had their kind of invite-only elite camp on Sunday. So, this camp every year, you usually see, I think we saw like a dozen kids get offered. Hey, I need to go over there. Okay. Do that for me. We talked about it. So, Sunday they brought kids out. And it's interesting this year because the whole month of July is dead. And that's different than the last few years because you had a week at the end of July that I know just like college staffers hated because like that's your really only chance to take some sense of a vacation prior to the season. But they had that open week in the end of July where Texas would do their pool party and bring in more kids, have a big recruiting event. That's not happening this year. So they had their elite camp and kind of parlayed that into a pool party elite camp situation. But a bunch of kids came out. We were out there. They offered, I don't have the count, but they offered at least 10 kids, probably a dozen. And these are kids that obviously they're not 2026 kids. They're 27, 28. We saw them offer a couple of young quarterbacks, Jaden Wade from IMG Academy in Florida, and then a kid named Neiman Lawrence from South Florida and Miami. So, we'll probably be paying closer attention to them this time next year in terms of where they're going to end up. In terms of 2027, the big question I think with this camp was, what's going to happen at quarterback for 2027. We've seen this camp produce the Texas quarterback commit the last 2 years, whether it's KJ Lacey 2 years ago or Diabell last year. I don't know if that camp's going to produce this year's quarterback. It could. Texas has still only offered one kid that's uncommitted, and that's Peyton Houston from Louisiana, and he was there on Sunday. And he was the last one to leave that I could tell. So, I mean, he could very well be the quarterback commit in this class, but he's not planning on making a decision this summer as of now. But the big name,
2027.
So they're going into their junior seasons. And the big name was Gunnar Rivers. And, he's a kid similar to Arch Manning in that, and names sound familiar, Phillip Rivers' son, one of his, I think he has 10 kids, maybe.
Already.
But this is his
football team.
4-star quarterback son. We have him ranked as the number 2 quarterback in the country for 2027. And he's a kid that we're not going to know he's at Texas unless we see him. And that's what happened. We're walking up to the parking lot and Phillip Rivers and Gunnar Rivers are on a golf cart going down to the football offices. It's like, oh, okay, Gunnar Rivers is here. And it was funny because I got text about
You're not going to know he's there because he doesn't talk.
Yeah, they're not I need you to go over there. Okay. I'm not gonna say it again. Okay. A little bit of parenting. No, yeah, so it was not even clear what his offers are. I know Texas hasn't offered him yet, but they like him. But he's got an Auburn offer. He's got NC State where his dad went. And then several others, but he came out to Texas to camp. And we actually got he hasn't done an interview. And so we got him after the camp leaving, gave a great interview, a really nice kid, for someone that's never done an interview that I've seen, at least with recruiting media, was really good. And, he said he talked to Sark, he threw for the staff. Really, he said the reason he wanted to get out was the coaching. He really likes Milwee. He really likes Sark. And he worked out for the staff. So, we'll see what goes on from here. In terms of, whether Texas offers or not. I know they really like Peyton Houston. And then an interesting one coming this Thursday. There's a couple more camps, smaller camps throughout the month. Cavian Bryant, who's the number 4 quarterback in our rankings on 24/7, he's going to throw for the staff on Thursday. And he's a stud. He's from Palestine High School in Texas. So that could be a kid they offer as well. So those were kind of the big storylines. There were some other big name kids. John Meredith III, he's the number 1 cornerback in the country. He's at Euless Trinity. He was there, but he didn't camp. He just kind of hung out with the staff. He's probably not a kid that needs to really camp. He's a stud and probably top cornerback target for Texas in 2027.
What's his name again?
John Meredith III. Looks the part too. We have an interview up with him on Horns 24/7. Julian Caldwell, a 2027 receiver from Argyle. That's a kid that just looks like a future Texas receiver. I think we're going to be hearing his name a lot more here in the next year. He worked out. He grew up as a Texas fan. He's a huge Texas kid. So I think that would be a safe early pick to make for this class. And then,
27 or 28, Hank.
He was 27. So most of the kids, of note were 2027. Trying to think, there's some offensive line offers. Caden McCarty, who's a top edge rusher, he was there. He got an offer. So yeah, this is the camp. This time last year, it was Felix Ojo getting an offer, or Yaheem Riley, who's now committed to Texas, the safety from Anderson High School. So certainly is kind of like the foundation for Texas's push on a lot of these kids. They're going to invite them back for games this fall. And then next year, starting in junior day, we're really going to start to see the pushes be made in terms of, trying to get them to commit.
Hank, talk about Lamar Brown a little bit. I saw you retweeted him that he'll be in town this weekend.
Yeah, he's a stud. And Texas is like quietly chipping away here. He's from Baton Rouge. So like his high school is like on LSU's campus. So, you would think LSU has probably a pretty good grip on that recruitment, which I'd probably say. But what's interesting is Alan Clark, the new edge coach for Texas, is from Louisiana. He actually gave Lamar Brown his first college offer when he was coaching at Southern. However many, I think when Lamar Brown was in 8th grade, so a few years back. So they have a really tight connection. And we saw Clark go out and see him, I think 3 or 4 weeks ago. And that day, I think Brown was like, I got to get out to Austin. And then he canceled his Florida State visit and put Texas on the calendar for this weekend instead. So he's kind of like a two-way guy that can play offensive and defensive line. I think he's a true defensive lineman, and that's where Texas likes him. He's a 5-star defensive lineman. So, like, he's a massive target. And this is one that, like, Texas – it just seems like one Texas could get done. It just seems like they're just kind of quietly hanging around. Everyone's kind of assumed LSU for him. But I'll be interested to see how things go this weekend. See how he connects with the staff. Obviously, he's going to need to get to know Kenny Baker. He knows Clark, but just be around the staff and kind of see how things are. So I think that's one of the more intriguing visits this upcoming weekend.
And he's a 2026 guy.
Yeah, so he's an official visitor. So he's one of, I think they have 12 kids coming in this weekend. So this is like the smallest weekend, and it's like 12 kids. There's probably going to be more. Let me see if I got them all listed. 13 kids.
Well, who are you most excited about of those 13?
Yeah, I really like Lamar Brown. I think he's one to watch. One that I think is like that I know from talking to people, close to the program, like Davon Benjamin, the safety from Oaks Christian in California. Hold on one sec, guys.
Hey, there's nothing like summer. The kids are out of school.
It's like, gosh, man.
We've been there.
Yeah.
You were talking about.
I can't afford. You can't send all these. I need to these camps are insane. It's like $800 for a week. I'm like, I'd rather use $800 and go to the beach. I don't even have $800 to like go to the beach. So it's like,
I was the same way. Working at home, I was in charge. The kids.
Yeah. So
Anyway,
Davon Benjamin, he's a stud, and I know he visited Texas in April, and he's a kid that's like kind of a I know, right? It's every day, man. He's a kid that is like a Jahdae Barron. Like he can play any position in the secondary, and that's what Texas loves about him. I was told, and we talked to him about this on his visit, like Texas watched film with him on his visit, and like people were like blown away with his IQ, his football IQ. So like, this is a kid that like gets it. And so I think Texas, like he might very well be the top target. And, not to say anybody, he's a top target, but like, I think he's like a priority guy for Texas. And so he's expected in this week, and I'm curious to see how that goes. One interesting one, Matt.
Uncommitted.
Yeah. What's that?
He's uncommitted. Is that right?
He's uncommitted. Yeah. Another one, Malachi Lee. He's coming in from Hawaii. Believe he's coming in from Hawaii. Tough one to get. Obviously time change is a little tough to, you're reaching out to these kids and it's, 3 a.m. for them. But he was at Alabama this past weekend with his whole family. He's visited Michigan and Georgia as well. I know his family was helping recruit him to Alabama, so that could be an X factor in his recruitment. But he's a guy Texas loves. Hawaiian offensive tackle.
Johnny Nansen, the Poly Whisperer.
Yeah. I think you're going to see the entire specialist class come together this weekend. We already have Trot O'Neill committed in the class. Long snapper that they offered last month. He committed pretty quick, but they got a kicker they offered like 2 weeks
Jake
ago. I think.
Collette.
Jake Collette. I talked to him actually. He said Jeff Banks thinks he's a freak kicker, like a nice freak, not like you're a freak. He said the ball just like comes off his foot really well. So he's going to be on campus. I think he's going to commit personally. I already put in a crystal ball. And then Mikey
Bukauskas
from Prosper, long snapper. So, Texas, they need all these specialists. You're about to have all these guys run out of eligibility, whether it's Bo Meester at the punter, Lance St. Louis at long snapper, Mason Shipley's only got so much left. So they're going to need to get all these new guys. You got Michael Kern that just left the program in the portal. You got Bert Auburn that left. So it's time for this new wave of specialists. I think we're going to see that come together this weekend with those guys. And then, those are kind of the ones I'm watching closest. Dylan Berryman, the 4-star defensive lineman from Louisiana. That's of all like recruiting battles, that's Texas Purdue. You don't see that a lot unless it's like transfer portal recruiting. So he's going to be in town as well. So who's the kid who flipped to Texas? That's already committed or just now?
Who is the kid who flipped to Texas? Zay, you got one more?
Yeah, Hank, Julian Caldwell, talk about him. Say he's from Argyle, Texas. You said that he looks the part of what Steve Sarkisian wide receiver normally looks. Talk about him a little bit.
Real quick on CB, that was his name is Gehrig Hale. He's a preferred walk-on punter kicker from Arizona. So he was committed to Louisiana Tech as a preferred walk-on, and Texas called him and asked if he wanted to walk on to Texas. So he applied to get accepted and all that, and got accepted yesterday and decided to come to Texas. So he's 2025, so he'll be here this year. That was a nice depth get there for him. But yeah, Julian Caldwell, 6 foot, 170 pounds, really smooth, runs routes really well, has really good hands, ball skills. He just kind of, to be a successful wide receiver, you kind of have to have like a little bit of swagger to you, like kind of, everyone says wide receivers are divas, and you kind of have to be a little bit to be a wide receiver. I feel like, just ball can only go to one of them. So, so I like about him. He reminds me of Jamie French a lot. He's just a really personable kid, gives great interviews, and kind of looks like him as well in terms of, on the field play. So he was wearing he got this like really nice Texas, like embroidered polo. So I don't think you go and buy, $80 polos unless you really like the school. So Julian Caldwell, I think he's one to watch for Texas the next year.
I like that. I like see Hank's paying attention to that little detail.
Little details, yeah.
Is he wearing the gear or not? He's wearing the gear.
Yeah. If you zoom in that shirt, it's all those little tiny Longhorns.
Ah, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
See?
Now I got a dog barking. Like, there's just chaos over here. Like,
hey, how old are the kids, by the way?
I'm actually gonna be on fire in a second. Max just goes, our house. Max is 5 and my daughter is 8.
Ooh.
So like they're old enough to like, hey, no, like Dad's gonna be on YouTube for a few minutes. Like, could you guys be quiet? And no.
What's your daughter's name?
Caroline.
Sweet Caroline.
She's chilling.
That's what I'm talking about. Well, Hank, we appreciate it, man. And anything else you think is important? Anyone on commitment?
I would just say official visits this weekend. It's going to be a crazy weekend in Austin. The 13th through 15th weekend is 25 kids. So it's going to be like double this weekend. And, it's crazy because like a lot of these kids, like it's a lot of out-of-state kids. Like if you go down the list on Hornets 24/7, it's like Georgia, Oklahoma, New Jersey, Alabama,
Louisiana, California.
Yeah, Hawaii. There's another Hawaiian coming out next year as well, or next week as well. So like they're really, and they have their top guys in Texas too that they really like, but they're really, scouring the country. So you'll find me and Will at ABIA getting interviews. It's what, airport season. So we won't be the only ones.
Airport season, baby. Hey, that's why you're the man, Hank. We love having you on every Tuesday. Let's do it again next week.
Yeah, sounds good. We should have plenty to talk about.
All right.
Hank.
Hank South, managing editor and MVP of Horns 24/7. Also to father to Max and Caroline. Oh, I remember it well, man. When my kids were little, I worked at home and I was juggling like a circus clown. I'm happy that my kids like ended up okay because I think I use the iPad as a babysitter quite a bit.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Hey man, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
Gotta survive.
And CB, nope. Not me. Sorry. Hank's all I need to see. Motivation.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yo, Hank's better than me. Hank is a class act. He's better than me. I would have left the camera and I would have had to mute it for other reasons. You know what I'm saying? Reasons that are frowned upon.
You be dropping some hammers?
Yeah, go get the switch. Joe Jackson style, which
Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, Adrian Peterson, crazy ass.
AP. Whenever I hear Palestine, Hank mentioned Cavion Bryant, 2027 quarterback from Palestine. Who's going to be throwing for Texas on Thursday. I always think of AP, Adrian Peterson. All day, they called him. He got to the national championship game, but he didn't get no title. And he and Rhett Bomar were like, we're going to OU to win championships. Not so fast. That was an awkward time in the Mac Brown timeline because he was getting his butt kicked by OU 5 straight times, and then whammo, national championship. Lost in 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, and then whammo, national championship.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
It was crazy time.
Okay. Before Hummer comes on, the New York Knicks have fired Tom Thibodeau. This tells me that Jalen Brunson was not getting along with Tom Thibodeau because Tibbs had taken him to deeper and deeper into the playoffs, 50-win seasons. Like, you don't fire a guy who's doing that. What does it tell you?
He rubbed someone the wrong way. I don't know if it was Jalen Brunson specifically, but remember, Jalen Brunson's father is also on the staff of Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
So who knows the conversations that the father and son are having? Because if I'm Tom Thibodeau, I'm a little insecure about that. We expect all these coaches to see eye to eye, coaches, head coaches, and their assistants. Everybody. You expect everybody to see eye to eye. That's not realistic. Tom Thibodeau is known for overworking his players and not managing them throughout an 82-game rigorous season. He is known to have guys in way longer than they should be in, whether if they're getting blown out. Because if you're down by 30 or 25, I'm sitting my best guys in the fourth quarter. We're going to take this L. Let's put in these young pups and have them develop. Make this a development type of situation and coach the hell out of them. Tom Thibodeau will ride it out with his starters. See if you could come back. Or if you're up by 25 or 30, he's riding it out with his starters. For who knows why. Put in those young pups. See what happens. But if I'm playing 40 minutes a night, game 62, that's not good. Chicago Bulls fans still blame Tom Thibodeau for Derrick Rose. You know how dark that is? And you kind of got to look at it like, yeah, Tom Thibodeau definitely didn't help the Derrick Rose situation. So it's very weird that this was done. And I am very eager to see what else comes out about it. But yeah, someone wasn't happy, Chip. And whether it was Jalen Brunson, Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't.
Yeah, I mean, I just always think of the number one star on the team and the guy that ain't going anywhere. That's the guy the coach has to have a good relationship with. Like when LeBron, who's that, George Blase or
David Blatt.
Yeah, Blatt. Yeah.
Before Tyronn Lue. Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. I see him in the green room. The one and only hole-in-one Hummer. Chris Hummer. How you doing, man?
Better than Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah. Tibbs.
Actually, that's not true. He's probably making like $6 million a year. He'll be fine.
Yeah. My dream is to get fired and get paid $6 million to go away.
Yeah, not a bad life there, but kind of ridiculous given what he just did. But
Yeah.
That's like a college football move right there, right? Like it's like you're Auburn.
A&M. Let's fire our coach.
Auburn. You win 11 games and you get fired anyway. Kind of wild.
Yeah. Well,
seeing it more and more, Hummer. I mean, Mike Malone fired from the Denver Nuggets 2 years after he won them a championship.
Absolutely. I think I saw a graphic, and it was of the last 6 coaches to win a championship in the NBA. 5 of them are no longer with the teams they were on when they won the championship.
Wow.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
I mean, shoot, like Nick Nurse was fired from the Raptors, and that was an all-time coaching performance there. Like, it's not a lot of loyalty in the NBA, but maybe their voices get stale. But at the same time, again, like my voice can get stale for $10 million a year. I'm available if anybody wants to publicly fire me in an embarrassing way. I will take that bullet for $10 million a year. I'll do it for 2. I'm here for you.
I'll get a voice transplant for 10 million, whatever it takes.
KD can like take jabs at me on social media if he wants. I can do whatever. Like I'm available. I'm available to get paid.
Oh yeah. Hummer, are you watching this Women's College World Series at all?
I had it on yesterday during our work call on Monday. Yeah, I saw Texas advance. That was big time stuff, and obviously, what's looming over that is who they're going to end up facing. So
unbelievable. I mean, like that's such an okey doke on the mindset. This is going to test Mike White and his ability to keep his team focused. Now, they all know who Niga Kennedy is. They know what she's capable of. And Tegan Cavan has pitched her best games against Niga Kennedy, which makes this just unbelievable. But Texas Tech, they were in 8th place in the Big 12 last year. Texas beat them by an average of 16-3 in 5 games, all in 5 innings. And now they're playing for the national championship.
I mean, I know that's probably not the topic you were looking to do, but is this, yes, but like, is pitcher in softball the most influential player in team sports? They pitch almost every day. They affect the outcome of every single game. They clearly, like as you said, Chip, they've raised the ceiling of a program to an infinite degree. I mean, Texas Tech was nowhere close to sniffing a College World Series appearance, and
they never hosted a regional.
Yeah, like I think this move has shown that like one, like softball, the pitcher is the most influential player in team sports, and 2, like if you want to be good in one of the non kind of like top tier sports, and I'm not trying to say softball is in top tier. I frankly, on a lot of times would prefer to watch softball over baseball in a college setting. To be honest, I find the game more exciting. But if you're not in basketball, women's basketball or football, and you want to go out and win, like we've seen Texas Tech show that if you go get the right player, you can totally change your program's fortunes just like that, just because of NIL.
Now, is she an example though? If she got $1 million for her last 2 years of eligibility, that's a deal that would not pass the fair market value test of Deloitte. So good on Tech to get it done before the house settlement comes through, because once that gets ratified, and good God, it's June 3rd, it's supposed to go into effect July 1st. But once the house settlement goes through, that's an example of a deal we won't see anymore, right?
Probably. You know, the funny thing is about like Kennedy's deal, right? Like, I think you could argue, given the prevalency of her profile and frankly the ability, I think, like, if you talk to marketing experts, women tend to be much more marketable than men, especially in college sports. If you go look at like the most followed players in college athletics, and I'm not even just talking about somebody like Livy Dunn, who's in a different category, right? I'm just talking about like the athletes themselves. And obviously Livy Dunn was an athlete. I'm not trying to say she wasn't. But a lot of those like top followed people on social media are young women. And I think you could, if you're Texas Tech and you've got a booster at a large high profile company and you say like you want your star softball pitcher to star in that campaign and it be a national ad or something like that, I think there's more flexibility for some of the young women in these situations than there are young men. Because unless you're Arch Manning, right? Unless you're Jeremiah Smith, like your profile just isn't going to be there as a college athlete in football or even basketball, to be frank. Whereas I think some of the young women athletes in the sport have an opportunity because of their ability to market themselves and to push to a different audience group to have more of a justification for that.
And that's the workaround, isn't it, Hummer?
Yes.
It's going to be these third-party deals with advertisers. That's where Deloitte's going to have to really try to figure it out, because it can't just come from the collective. It's going to have, if it's a big deal, like if you're trying to reel in the next great defensive lineman, you're going to have to get him a commercial deal to work around just trying to slide him some money out of what used to be the collective, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a gray area, and I'm not sure how teams are going to manage it. I think you've seen teams just try to aggressively go around it thus far. Like, obviously it hasn't been implemented, but I think in the case of like a Jackson Cantwell, the 5-star offensive tackle who signed with Miami and won't be receiving his money until December, I think his contract definitely kind of skirts in that gray area with how they tried to get around the clearinghouse essentially. But like, I mean, in the future, if you're Texas and you're going after a true freshman All-American like they did, they took a DT from Maryland, and I don't think his number was outrageous necessarily. I heard it was a little below 7 figures, but you have to be able to justify that if you're using any outside money to kind of supplement that deal. And I think the days of, and I hate to go back to Texas Tech, but they're just the most prominent example of that. The days of a David Bailey justifying a $2.5 million salary in the salary cap era just are going to be gone, because there's no way you can pay him 2.5 out of your rev share. And there's no way David Bailey is marketable enough to earn like a $1 million NIL deal from, are they a Nike school? I'm blanking off the top of my head.
I think they're
Adidas.
yeah.
Yeah,
They
they're
were
Adidas.
Under Armour.
They got that Mahomes deal.
Oh, yeah. Well, unless Patrick Mahomes is paying him personally out of his own Adidas marketing fund or whatever, like David Bailey isn't worth $1 million to Adidas's marketing value. So yeah, it'll change the landscape, but at the end of the day, like these teams have to follow the rules, and that's been a whole other subject with all of it. Yeah,
they signed a new deal last year. They were Under Armour. They went to Adidas.
Pat Mahomes, man.
Pat Mahomes, baby.
Yeah.
Pat Mahomes was tweeting about Texas Tech softball last night. Hummer, everyone's like, I was at SEC meetings and everybody thought that the SEC was rolling along with the 4-4-2-2-3 model, 4-4-2-2-1-3 model for a 16-team playoff. And then it kind of moved toward an 11-5. They, sounded like they were favoring the 11-5 model. The Big Ten's not going to go with the 11-5 model unless the SEC goes to 9 conference games. The SEC won't go to 9 conference games until they have a better feel for the criteria being considered for teams to get into the college football playoff, because they don't want to limit access to the playoff. What the?
One second. I'm sorry. Can we talk about, and I know this is SEC country now and everything else, but can we talk about how absurd that is that the SEC won't go to 9 conference games because they're worried about how the committee thinks about strength of schedule? No conference benefits more from an inflated value of strength of schedule than the SEC. No league gets more credit for an inflated value of strength of schedule than the SEC. It is just an absurd talking point. Like, it is so stupid. Like, Alabama didn't miss the playoff because, like, they didn't pay attention to strength of schedule. Alabama missed the playoff because they lost to Oklahoma and got dog walked by Vanderbilt. Like, let's just be honest. Like, I think the system where you go one auto bid per league and then the rest of them are buys are fine. I mean, the rest of them are at large are fine. Like, the SEC is going to benefit from that more likely, and just go to 9. Like, the SEC is not going to be harmed with playing an extra game. Nobody's going to view a 9-3 SEC team differently than a 10-2 like ACC. Oh, I'm sorry. Nobody is going to penalize a 9-3 SEC team versus a 10-2 ACC team. I think the committee is smart enough to understand there's a difference, and they're smart enough to every year look at the individual pass and tell, like, what schedule passes the muster and which one doesn't. And it's absurd. It's just like a stupid argument from Greg Sankey. It's very annoying. But anyway.
Well, he's in a pickle too, because half his league is worried about bowl eligibility and wants nothing to do with that 9th conference game. The top half of the league is like, sure, yeah, whatever. Although Georgia is the one that
all these teams at the bottom accepted the check that they get every year, right? Like, if you're Mississippi State, you're in a league where you're accepting a check. Like, you might as well, like, just go with the program and accept the check, because that's all it is. Like, you're accepting a check.
Yeah. I was surprised. And now I don't know what Sankey's end game is, because he's got to get his own bleep figured out before we get an answer on what this new format's going to look like. And they can, people think it has to be done before the football season. It really doesn't, but you would think you'd want it done. You don't want to be bothering administrators with this once the season's going.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, like, I think Chris Del Conte can take an hour call during the, what else are you doing? You're smoozing, right? Like,
Del Conte's, he is all in on 9 because of the OU situation.
Yeah, he should. I mean, he should be. Like, at the end of the day, like, he should be all in on 9 because you can get an extra home game, right? And, like, every single one of these ADs, and to Chip's point, like, is thinking a little differently about this. If you're South Carolina, you're worried about it because you don't want to play Clemson every year. You don't want the Big Ten game out of your schedule, and then you get 8 other SEC games on. Wait, yeah, 9 other SEC games on top of it. That's a very difficult path. Florida, same boat. Like, you play Florida State every year. Like, you play a Big Ten team. Like,
and Miami.
Miami. Like, it's a difficult path, but, like, all these teams are accepting checks, and all of these teams want to generate revenue, and all of these teams want to compete. Conceivably, if you're in the SEC, you want to compete for a championship. And the best way to compete for a championship and make your league as viable as possible is to play 9 conference games. You can take it or leave it with the Big Ten non-conference, like, showdowns or whatever. I personally think that's unnecessary. Like, it's all for TV, right? Like, it's the same reason why the Big 12 and the SEC had their basketball agreement for a long time. Like, it's all TV money. But, like, you could just make all of the SEC teams agree to play a high-profile out-of-conference team every year, go to 9, and then stay at 10. Like, nobody's asking Kentucky to stop playing Louisville every year, right? Like, that's a game that generates revenue and draws ratings. You can put it on TV. Like, you could just get rid of this Big Ten scheduling agreement and just have the teams that don't have a natural tie in non-conference play a high-profile out-of-conference opponent. Like, that could solve that, but that's not going to happen because it's all about money. But going to 9 is like, it's just not going to 9 is anti-competitive, and I think ultimately you're going to harm your league because, like, the SEC just anyway.
And the ACC is not playing 9. The Big Ten's playing 9. The Big 12's playing 9.
The ACC should also go to 9 for
yeah.
But like, and I'm sure some of the teams in the ACC would justify it with like, we also play Notre Dame annually because I think they get 6 ACC teams a year get the Notre Dame game, but they should also go to 9 games. Like every single one of these conferences should be at 9 games. Like it should be an even playing field across the board, which I know is difficult in college sports because you have varying emphases and varying parties dealing with all this, but you just got to figure out how to get to 9. And the SEC is going to benefit from getting to 9. You're going to get more money. Like you just go to 9.
Right.
Well, Hummer, Brian Kelly said he'd like to have a Big Ten SEC matchup every year. I don't know if he was talking about with the SEC going to 9 games or staying at 8, but that's what Coach Kelly said.
I just personally think if you're going to, we're going to be in an era where I agree with Brian. If you're going to 16 games, right? You're 16 teams in the playoff, right? Your margin for error is significant. I'm going to take a look at the college football playoff rankings from last year. I'm sorry, this is bad radio, but I'm curious around ratings, right? So we're talking about the number 16 team in the country. That was 10-3 Clemson. They obviously made the playoff because they won the ACC championship. So let's take number 17 BYU or number 18 Iowa State, right? Like Iowa State lost 3 times last year. BYU lost twice and should have probably lost 5 times. Like, I don't think anybody's arguing that they had a perfect path to the playoff. And they could have made the playoff under this system, and they played 9 conference games. And if you're the SEC and you have a 16-team system and you go 9-3, you're going to get in the playoff. Like, as long as you beat one, anyway, I'm not even like rationally discussing this at this point. It's just such an annoying talking point. But there are a lot of parties that view this in varying ways, and you can understand their individual standpoints. But if college football wants to be a stable environment for any semblance of time, and we're not even talking about rev share or NIL or transfers or whatever, you're talking about the actual product in the field and the competitive nature of it. Like, you got to make some compromises. And some of these teams that are refusing to go to 9 for varying reasons, whether it be bowl eligibility or your strength of schedule in the non-conference, need to look at what's good for the rest of the league, what's good for the sport.
Yeah. Well, and it's like Sankey's main point at SEC meetings was, what are the criteria being used by the committee for at-large bids? So going to a 5-11 model gives the committee say over 11 as opposed to the 4-4-2-2-1-3 model, which only gives the committee say over 3. And Sankey's whole thing, he handed out a packet at the end of the meeting saying, look at how tough our schedule is. If ESPN can come up with these metrics, then the committee should be able to come up with some more metrics.
The committee does use strength of schedule, by the way. It is a metric they examine. It's not part of their normal criteria, but it is a part of their discussion points. Like, they have a strength of schedule metric they use. So it's not like the idea that they don't is just, anyway.
Yeah, the football committee's become the villain in everything here. And listen, I thought the committee was way off base 2 years ago when they moved Oregon ahead of Texas, and Oregon hadn't played anybody except Utah, and Texas had beaten Alabama but lost to OU. And it sure looked like Texas was being punished for the 34-30 loss to OU more than it was being rewarded for the win over Alabama on the road. So I understand that, but in the end, it worked out.
Yeah, the committee, I mean, I would say this is part of the problem with the committee, right? So we all have I think a lot of us get a negative perception about the committee because you focus on the micro movement during the season, right? But at the end of the day, like the committee has one job. All of that stuff during the season is just TV. That is all just for ESPN. It is an hour show. And it is discussion fodder for all of us who work in the college football space and media. And it's discussion for fans. But like none of that matters, right? None of those rankings matter until you get to the end of the season. It is if the committee just released one ranking at the end of the season and you didn't have any of the other discussion points about like where they had a team in week 10 versus where they have them in week 14, I don't think many people would have a problem with the committee's rankings. Like at the end of the day, like I think the thing I think of most with that is Ohio State getting in over TCU and Baylor back in, what was that, 2014 when
14,
Ohio State won the national championship. But at the end of the day, like the committee got it right. Ohio State won the national championship. Do I think Ohio State should have jumped TCU? No. But like if there had been no rankings until that last week, I don't think anybody would have had a problem with it.
Right.
I mean, Baylor and TCU fans would have had a problem with it, but I don't think the country at large would have had an issue with it. And I think like if we ignore a lot of the noise associated with the playoff committee during the season, games and movement that does not ultimately matter, I don't think the issue would be as large. I would still have a problem with Alabama over Florida State. I thought that was absurd. But like in most of these circumstances, I think the committee has mostly gotten it right. And all of the other kind of things pushing against the committee, like Greg Sankey and assistants, is just stumping for his league. And Alabama had no business making the playoff last year. It just didn't.
I saw you put out an article talking about the JUCO situation, the Diego Pavia situation, and how some guys aren't benefiting from that. Talk about that a little bit with us.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know about benefiting. There's just a lot of kids that are still in limbo with this. Like just down the road from us in Austin, Ashton Hawkins, who was, I think, Baylor's second leading receiver a year ago, was initially told by the NCAA he'd have another year under the Pavia ruling. He went through spring practice, and then he found out after spring practice concluded that he actually wouldn't have that year based on the NCAA's kind of evaluation of his ruling. And he's not the only one kind of in limbo right now. Rasul Faison, who is South Carolina's like stud running back transfer out of the portal, is waiting. And I think some of this is a bit of a confusion over how the NCAA issued their blanket waiver in the first place. But at the end of the day, like a lot of kids are pushing the boundaries with these waivers. A lot of players are bringing lawsuits against the NCAA, hoping for injunctions that allow them to play this year. It's something that's worked several times, like in the Diego Pavia case. And it's created like a really unstable environment for some rosters as we head into the summer. Like there's just a lot of notable players out there who aren't sure if they're going to be able to play next year based on either pending waivers or pending lawsuits against the NCAA. And it's just a really interesting place to find yourself. Like Phil Steele is not going to be able to update these in the magazine correctly because there's no telling what's going to happen. And I think we're in for another couple months of this with teams just kind of holding their breath and hoping their guys are eligible.
What's your read on it, Hummer? Why did the Diego Pavia ruling come so swiftly and surely, and then all these others? I mean, it kind of sounded like the NCAA was going to allow, if you went to a 2-year college, it's not going to count against your clock at the FBS or D1, D2 level.
So that's accurate. The NCAA did say that, but I think the source of the confusion goes all the way back to when the NCAA issued that blanket waiver in the wake of Pavia. I don't remember the exact wording, but essentially it said like, if you went to a JUCO institution, you can get that year back. But like the caveat to all that was at the very end, they said you have to meet all other eligibility requirements, right? And part of those eligibility requirements is a 5-year clock. Players are allowed 5 seasons in college athletics. And a lot of them have an extra year because of COVID, but that one doesn't count. You're allowed 5 seasons. You're allowed to play 4 years and 5 seasons. And a lot of these guys have already had 5 seasons. Diego Pavia can play an extra year because he never redshirted, right? So he played that year in JUCO. That's the year he's getting back in the back end. That's his 5th year in 5 years. A lot of these other players who are kind of waiting their turn or hoping that the NCAA considers their waivers have already played those 4 seasons in 5 years. Their 5-year clock is up. And what they're asking for is an extension of their eligibility clock. And it's been successful in court recently. A Rutgers defensive back, Jet Elad, was granted an injunction to play this year, which would be his 6th year and a 7-year clock, essentially. And a lot of players are threatening to sue the NCAA over that and hoping they'll win in court, or they're putting in waivers with the NCAA, hoping they'll view it in the same way. But the NCAA didn't really issue any clarification to schools for 3 months after their Pavia ruling came out. I don't think a Q&A from the NCAA about the Pavia ruling came out until March, and it was issued in December. So it was 3 months of teams wondering if their players are going to be eligible or not. And a lot had to move on to the draft, but there are some, like Rasul Faison, who stuck around and are kind of in limbo still because they don't know if they're going to be able to play next year.
Wow.
And like, to be honest, I don't know off the top of my head. I don't remember the example, but I think Texas even kicked the tires with 1 or 2 of these guys who they weren't sure if they were going to be able to play next year. And a lot of teams passed it on them. But there were some teams that decided to take the risk, like True Edwards at Kentucky, who is going to be like their top target this year, is in the same boat. Like, he can't play this year. There are players that were in the same situation that think they should be eligible that don't have homes right now. They didn't even land at a place because teams were unsure if they'd be able to play. Cortez Branham, coming from Nevada, he was their leading receiver last year. He has like $400,000 or $500,000 NIL offers on the table, but he can't take any of them because nobody thinks he's going to be eligible next year, essentially. But if he gets it figured out, he can go to those schools. So there's just a lot of guys kind of sitting in limbo right now.
Just hoping they get a ruling by August, I guess.
Yes. Yeah. And we all know the NCAA waiver system moves at a snail's pace, right? Like, it always has. And it continues to. And a lot of these guys are also going to have to hope that if they don't get that waiver, they can afford, 1, to go to court and find a lawyer to do it pro bono for them. And 2, they get a friendly enough judge that'll issue a injunction based on antitrust violations by the NCAA.
Zay, you got one more?
Yeah, speaking of Diego Pavia, Hummer, how do you think Vanderbilt's going to be this year? We saw them surprise everyone in 2024. Clark Lee did a hell of a job, but here in 2025, how do you think they're going to do?
Well, I mean, Ryan Williams said they're going to smush an ant with a sledgehammer, I believe was his words earlier today about Vanderbilt. So better than Ryan Williams. I think Vanderbilt returns the 8th most production in the FBS this year. They bring a lot of guys back. I think their ceiling is a lot lower than other teams in the SEC, but their floor is pretty high with that offensive system, with the way Diego Pavia runs it. So, I mean, I don't know what Vanderbilt's like win-loss over-under is. I would guess it's probably around 5 or 6. That's probably the range I'm in. I think they'll be competitive for a bowl game. And if they develop at receiver a little bit more, it could be even better. Vanderbilt gave Texas all it could handle last year for a reason, and I don't think they're going to be much worse necessarily.
Vanderbilt's non-conference, Charleston Southern, at Virginia Tech, Georgia State, and Utah State.
Well, that's at least 3 wins.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. I mean, their schedule is basically the same as last year outside of their 3 non-conference games that are not Virginia Tech, because the SEC ran the schedule back. So it'll be interesting to see. And I do wonder if teams like Texas have more of an advantage facing Vanderbilt a second time. They run a pretty unique offensive system that I feel like gives them a pretty big advantage when you're preparing week to week for it. But I think once you've seen it, and I mean, it's all about discipline, right? It's like an option-based system. Like, you have to stay with the ball. Like, you have to stay in your fits, right? And like, I think once you've seen it before, it's a little easier to contend with. So I do wonder how that'll affect Vanderbilt's ceiling or the ability to win games in the SEC. But their floor is pretty high. Like, they're going to be competitive every single week.
Yeah. Hummer, you ever been to the swamp?
Never been to the swamp. I've always heard it's loud and swampy. Wear that deodorant, guys. Like, you're gonna need it.
Oh.
No different than Austin, though. So
I got some first time visits this year. I've never been to the swamp. Never been to Kentucky. Never. Well, I've been to Athens and
Ever been to Starkville?
Starkville, which I hear, like Lance Taylor said, stay in Tuscaloosa. Like fly into Birmingham, stay in Tuscaloosa because Alabama's out of town that weekend because all the places close to Starkville you're going to get overcharged for a dump.
It's a very expensive trip if you don't book months ahead of time for Starkville or Oxford. Like neither town is prepared for the infrastructure
Yeah.
of
Like,
that many
it's
people.
like going to West Virginia. You go into Pittsburgh and you make the hour-and-a-half drive and you drive back. It's just the way it is.
A lot of college football towns like that. You ever tried to get in Happy Valley over there in Penn State?
Oh, heard that's horrible.
It's a nightmare. I mean, it's cool, right? It's like one of the best stadiums in college football, but it is not easy to get in and out of.
Where do you fly into?
Pittsburgh or Philly, basically. You make a drive. Like, yeah.
Wow.
It's like I think it's like a 2-hour drive from both airports, basically.
You got a thought on Texas baseball?
Rough. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think the season was pretty successful for Texas, right? Like, I'm sure a lot of Texas fans wonder, like, what happens if you don't lose your ace and one of your other best pitchers midway through the year. But to win the SEC regular season, given what Texas brought back and kind of the transition season under Schlossnagle, I think is pretty solid. But
I agree.
I'm sure Texas fans don't want to see UTSA again next year, be it a Tuesday, a Saturday, or a Sunday.
So CB says, does Mike Leach get in the Hall of Fame? Yeah, they changed the rules for him, which I think is cool. Now you only have to win 59% of your games instead of 60%.
I saw, I think it was Dave Wilson of ESPN had a quote from Hal Mummy about the story about Leach. And it was essentially like, not everybody gets to coach out of Blue Bud where you win 9 or 10 games every year, no matter what. And I think that's like a really fair point. Like having a minimum win percentage in college football feels pretty silly. Like some of the best coaches in the country aren't going to have a 60% win percentage just because of where they were for lots of their career. Like, I mean, if you talk to coaches, somebody like Willie Fritz is one of the best coaches in the country, right? But he hasn't always had the resources, or Lance Leipold in his career. Like, I don't know. If 60% feels pretty arbitrary, and so does 59.5. But I'm glad Mike Leach gets in.
Yeah. Hummer, you're the man. Hole-in-one Hummer.
Hole-in-one Hummer.
All right, guys.
Hey, we're gonna celebrate you every time you come on, my man. We appreciate it.
That. How soon after do I have to make another hole-in-one to keep it up? Right? Like,
No, it's all right. No, you're good.
It's permanent. Cool.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Let's do it again next week.
Later, y'all. Sounds
Appreciate you, Hummer.
All right. There he is. Chris Hummer. Hole-in-one Hummer. He had a hole-in-one earlier this summer, so that's hard to do. I've never done it. Come close. Well, you don't play.
Well, yeah, but still, I never done it.
Like I play, and I've still never done it. But hey, what you gonna do? All right, let's get a couple mentions in here, and then we'll get to some of these other hot topics of the day. I won't do all the mentions right now, just a couple, like Sleep Cycle Center. My guys who are snoring. Listen, you don't know how bad you're snoring because you're asleep. But that's why it's important for you to go into the Sleep Cycle Center. We love Dr. Chad because he's dedicated his life to making sure that no one suffers the ultimate consequence of sleep apnea, like his own father who died at age 60 from sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. And again, you don't know how bad it is because you're the one sleeping, but it's annoying to the person next to you, and it could be a sign of a major health risk. And Dr. Chad at Sleep Cycle Center, 2 locations in Austin, Lakeway and the Arboretum, when you tell them, you go to sleepcyclecenters.com, schedule an appointment, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. It's going to take $100 off your sleep study. He's basically giving it away because he wants to make sure that you have all the information, because he's got the best technology and the best treatment options, including oral appliances, which is what I have. You know, it's like a mouth guard, holds your lower jaw open while you sleep. But you got to get in and make the appointment. He's looking out for you. And Texas Sports Unfiltered, you mentioned that, you're getting $100 off your sleep study. Sleepcyclecenters.com. And cover three. Come on now. You got a perfect place to set up for the College World Series, Women's College World Series, the regular College Baseball World Series, the NBA Finals, because Cover 3 is high-end food without the high-end prices. Great food, great service, and a great place to hang out with your homies and eat great food. You got happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30 every day, 3:30 to close on Mondays. And don't forget about brunch on the weekends, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar, scratch kitchen, everything made from scratch. Great vibe. It's my joint. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And hey, how about AV consultations? Our man Tom McKay, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, like you should be by football season, so why not get that done now? There's only one place to call in Austin, Texas, and that is the man who handles everything audio and visual. Going to bring you the best price on big screens, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting, all of it. All you got to do is call 512-255-8678. Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. You're busy. You got things to do. You don't need to be lugging TVs around town and punching holes in your drywall. Audio, visual consultations. avconsultations.com or call 255-8678. All right, Zay. See, Ike. I'm with you, Ike. Ike's been playing golf for 30 years. Never had a hole-in-one.
Damn.
I've been playing probably same. Never hole-in-one. What's that about? My mother-in-law has 2.
Your mother-in-law?
She got 2.
Her.
But she's an athlete, just like Elle. Elle's an athlete.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she been carrying you in doubles for how long?
Long time. My buddies are all like, oh, man, that club championship you got, that's all her. I'm like, come on. You know?
No,
I
y'all
still
like
got a little
doing
something.
pipping.
Yeah.
Y'all, you doing your thing. You pipping though. You pipping. As long as you know you're pipping. That's cool.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Yeah.
We're going to the playoffs this weekend. Sectionals down in Houston. Our 40 and older team out of Great Hills. So trying to get to nationals. I went 91. I went to nationals in 1991.
A long time ago, man.
Long time ago. Trying to get back.
Damn. 34 years you've been itching. And how's the knee though? How are you icing it every day? Are you
Yeah, man, I'm stretching it. I'm doing all these different kind of things. It feels better. You know, it's mind over matter. Mind over matter. You just got to decide. I'm not getting beat today.
That's deep.
It's supposed to be 100 degrees and humid.
God. Yeah. What's the scouting report on the opponent? Do we know who we're playing?
We're playing Beaumont to start. Beaumont. 9:30 on Friday. And then we're playing me see here. I'm trying to stay focused on the first match,
Yeah. Why are you moving on? Like, it don't matter who you're playing next.
Corpus Christi at 2:00 on Friday.
Okay.
So
I could get my Connor Stallions on. I mean, it comes with
Right.
a price. But
we have guys who are like digging through their roster, looking at their matches, seeing what they've done.
Because they ain't no thing. Houston, Texas, Beaumont, that's 3.5 hour drive. I get down there, get the binoculars, get the camcorder out, little Bill Belichick.
And those teams, those are the sneaky ones because, like in Austin, you got a bunch of good players. The teams kind of are diluted. In Beaumont, everybody knows who the good players are, and they're all on one team. So there you go. Super team. Recruited team.
You better recruited team. Well, all I know is you better eat your Wheaties, man, because it sounds like it's going to be a battle come Friday.
That's right. Hydrate.
Hydrate. But shout out to E. Henry. He'll be filling in for you on Friday.
That's right.
Henry.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. One more thought on the Mike Leach Hall of Fame thing. I love this. I love that they're changing the criteria. I mean, we might as well call it the Mike Leach rule. Yes, it also opens the door for some other coaches like Jackie Sherrill and others. But this is the Mike Leach rule. And Mike Leach, look at the schools where he won. Texas Tech, Washington State, Mississippi State. None of them blue bloods. But what he did with that air raid offense was transformational. You look at his coaching tree, it is significant from Lincoln Riley to Cliff Kingsbury. It's a formidable list. Neil Brown, it goes on and on. So,
Dana was under him. Dana. Josh Heupel. Yeah. That's impressive.
Yeah. And of course, we loved Mike because he was irreverent. He loved to have fun. I love talking to him. I miss him. Like, I talked to him all through his time at Tech and then after, because I kept trying to keep the drumbeat alive for his lawsuit to get the money that he was cheated out of by Texas Tech. $800,000 with interest. It would have been well over $1 million. He didn't care about that. He cared about the principle and the right and the wrongness of it, because freaking Adam James locked himself in an electric closet. Yeah.
James should be in jail.
Yes,
Come on,
he should be
in jail.
Well, civil court. He should be.
Boy, SMU alums.
Craig J. You know what? Mike Leach should have sued Craig James for that $800,000 because that was slander. And Craig James was working for ESPN at the time. So, Adam slides that video that he put himself in that electric closet and then started filming and saying, "I'm stuck in here." Lies, all lies. They never put him in that closet. They put him in a big, training room where it was dark because he said he had a concussion. And Leach said, well, then you probably need to be out of the light. Anyway. Yeah. I love Mike Leach. Love that dude. I know Texas fans are like, that 2008 game killed us. Well, make a play. Catch the ball. Tackle Michael Crabtree. It's crazy to me that, Earl Thomas said he heard a whistle from the crowd, and that's why he didn't go in there with a head of steam. He thought Crabtree had already stepped out of bounds. And so he didn't, wrap him up and make sure he was out of bounds.
I never heard that before.
Yeah.
Is he the only one that heard the whistle?
Curtis Brown was also right there. I mean, two guys who ended up in the league. Like, you double teamed Michael Crabtree. You're like, he ain't going to beat us. And then somehow he beat him. Ugh.
Yeah. Craig James had killed Hooker, CB? Come on, CB.
That's always been the joke.
A joke? What kind of joke is that?
I don't know.
Joke.
I don't even know where that originated. I should know where it originated, but he's just a liar. That's all I can say. Because he's like, oh, I don't know what they were talking about with the money at SMU in the 80s. When his agent, Sherwood Blunt, was the one running the slush fund. Craig James knew everything about what was going on. Everybody knew. I walked onto that campus as a freshman, and Jerry Ball is in a red 300ZX from Bankston Nissan. Jerry Ball is from Galveston. Don King from Port Arthur was driving a red 300ZX with Mr. QB license plate. Like, SMU was so obvious about it. I always joked with Thaddeus Matula, the guy who made the 30 for 30 Pony XS. And I said, you should have called me, man, because the Bankston Nissan and maybe Bankston Nissan would have fought like hell to shut it down. But I'm sure there's some old guy around there who's like, oh, yeah, we're trying to help the kids,
My bottom girl's been missing ever since. Yo, man, y'all don't take nothing serious. Y'all ain't got no shame, man. Yeah, that's good for Mike Leach and his family, man. God bless his soul. Like, did
you ever hear the story about the soul food restaurant in Starkville that was, wasn't going to make it through COVID, and Mike Leach just gave the woman who ran the restaurant like $500,000 to stay open because it was such an institution in Starkville?
No.
And he never asked for any kind of publicity, nothing. He just did it because he liked her. He liked the place.
He liked the collard greens.
So, yeah, Leach, I know he was, I think I told you the story. Arizona was thinking about hiring him or Rich Rodriguez. And the athletic director at the time said, if I hire you, will you drop the lawsuit against Texas Tech? And Leach said, absolutely not. And so the AD hired Rich Rodriguez and was like, I should have hired Mike Leach. Never mentioned the lawsuit. And Leach was funny because if Leach felt like he wasn't getting a good deal, he'd kind of hustle interviews. And it drove Texas Tech's AD crazy. But at the time, it was Gerald Myers, who was an old former basketball coach who had become athletic director. He was not a progressive thinking guy. He grew up in West Texas. He was all about tech. He couldn't imagine someone trying to hustle other jobs. And Leach was like, yeah, if you like me, then you're showing me you like me. If you love me, then you'll show me you love me. And Mike Leach took Texas Tech to #1 in 2008. Texas Tech football was #1. Graham Harrell.
Year.
OU.
You got him? Yeah.
That was the crazy year where Texas lost to Tech on a last-second crazy play. Texas beat OU by 10. And OU got in. And that was because the coaches poll was weighted pretty heavily back then in that BCS formula, and the coaches were anti-Mac. They thought he was a whiner and a lightweight, and like our Bryles.
Say that like he couldn't hold his liquor. What does lightweight mean?
No, just like not a real football coach, a guy who just like presided over, but didn't know football, didn't know how to evaluate talent, whatever. So like our Bryles voted him 5th. And then, Texas loses out on going to the Big 12 title game by hundreds of a percentage point. And that team would have won the national championship, in my opinion, that 08 team. That team had Quan Cosby, Jordan Shipley, Chris Obanaya, Colt at his best. That defense was legit. Sergio, Lamar Houston, Earl Thomas, Aaron Williams, Rod McElroy. But, Texas would have smashed Missouri and booger-eating Chase Daniel. And then they would have played Florida and Tim Tebow for the national championship. And I think Texas had a good enough defense to contain Tebow and would have won. That's just my opinion.
Man.
So,
Booger eating Chase Daniel. Did he get caught eating boogers on camera?
he got caught.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
That's kind of nasty.
Yeah. That was his Spalding from Caddyshack moment.
Mm.
I like Chase Daniel, but,
I like him too. He does a decent job as an analyst. He's not bad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then the fake play sheet. So Mike Leach, when he was the offensive coordinator at OU,
Who the hell fell for that stupid stuff?
left a fake playbook on the bench at the Cotton Bowl. And someone from Texas thought they had found the Holy Grail, and OU didn't run any of the plays that were in there.
Yeah.
So Leach,
Yo, man, that's sketchy, man. That's a sketchy ass move. I feel him. I hate that happened at Texas expense, but I feel him. Yo, I didn't even know we had this drop section, or at least I couldn't find it before. Now we found it. This is one of my favorite Mike Leach moments.
And if it happens to be their fat little girlfriend's too bad. And if it happens to be their fat.
oh my God. Remember when
Too bad.
he had a quarterback named Taylor Potts? And he's like, Taylor is not, that's a girl's name. And so he changed the name. I forget what he changed it to. Oh, man, let me look it up real quick. And they put like a different name on the back of his jersey.
What?
Oh, yeah, this is one of the others.
Unisex, but
Nick. He renamed him Nick and put Nick on the back of his jersey. I mean, it was borderline abusive. And
yeah, that's not.
I was like, how is this happening? I don't think Taylor Potts was crazy about it, honestly. But yeah, he went out on the field with a jersey that said Nick. Just Nick on the back, in quotes.
Wow.
I mean, Mike had his moments. He was going to do it his way. Frank Sinatra. I guess that pretty much was the chip shot right there. Was Mike Leach. Miss him. Dude was oh yeah, see, double D. Taylor Potts from Abilene High was my year. Anyone else remember that? When he's like, Taylor's not a tough sounding name. Basically, he said it was a girl's name. And so he put Nick on the back of his jersey. Anyway.
I'm going to throw you some Matthew, do an add-on to the chip shot. Casey Hampton, eligible for the College Football Hall of Fame.
He should have been in there already. He should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Pro Football Hall of Fame, dadgummit.
This is ridiculous.
What are we doing?
Casey Hampton led Texas in tackles from the defensive tackle position 2 years in a row. Casey Hampton.
We got to get him back on the show.
Yeah, we do. Let me see if we can. Let me text him, see if we can get him tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're also gonna have John McClain tomorrow.
Cool.
Move him up in the
I need
league.
to ask John about Stephon Diggs, man. Stephon Diggs is on an elite run right now. He made it to OTAs yesterday, even though he was partying on a yacht with Cardi B and Cardi B's fine-ass friends, where people are thinking Stephon Diggs is giving them pink cocaine, and they calling him daddy and stuff like that. Then there's another video out, Chip, of him spanking Cardi B while she twerking, shaking that rump. Stephon Diggs is on an elite run right now. And then he's trolling the media because he finally made it to New England Patriots OTAs, and he looks at the media and he was like, "What's up, guys? What's been going on?" Like,
That dude's a fool.
yo, he's a fool. I'll admit that, but he's also a hero. He's also a hero. What?
What, for the Minneapolis Miracle?
Well, yeah, there's that. But again, my man, like Stephon Diggs, there's a reason why all those players on the Vikings, where our guy Brian Robinson was asking, who would you want to date your daughter? And everyone was saying Stephon Diggs. There's a reason. You know what I'm saying? Like Cardi, this definitely ain't no monogamous relationship. Let's just say that. Because I don't think Stephon Diggs could do that, which is fine. Some guys can, some women can. They do their own thing. They got to be with multiple people. But this is Cardi B we're talking about. She could have anyone she wants. She's choosing Stephon Diggs. And I think he's also the ultimate rebound guy too, which I think Stephon Diggs is cool with. Like Cardi B's baby daddy is one of the Migos members, Offset. I'm putting you on game right now because you definitely don't know who the Migos are. But I'm putting you on game. They are rappers.
Migos?
So, yeah, you know Migos. I know
Yeah.
Tiger probably put you on Migos.
Yeah,
a little
Tiger
bit.
put me on Migos.
Okay, that's my man Tiger. I knew it. Okay. Offset's in the Migos.
Still bummed out about Juice WRLD.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a sad story. But yeah, so Offset's baby mama is Cardi B. And they had a good little thing going on. You know, looked like they were very much in love, looked like they were hip hop's it couple. And now, not Migas. I love me some good Migas, but no, the Migos here, CB. So obviously the Offset Cardi B thing didn't work out. Cardi B's moved on, and she's moved on with Stephon Diggs' ignorant self. So he's on an unbelievable run right now. All I could do is salute him. That's all I could do. Legend. Brother's a legend.
All right. Let's get to the right call.
Let's get to the right call, huh? More than that, more than the Stephon Diggs stuff. But before that, shout out to McCall Custom Homes. If you're thinking about renovating your home, remodeling your home, bathroom, kitchen, outdoor space. It doesn't matter. Call the guys at McCall Custom Homes. They are the best. They are licensed and insured, top quality at affordable prices, in-house architects, over 50 years of combined experience for the father and son duo, and they will handle your permitting process. They will work with your insurance because that's what McCall Custom Homes does. They want you to have a great experience. They won't be all up in your business. They will take care of what you want, and then they will move on to their next project. They won't just keep you sitting there waiting where you're like, dang, this is taking forever. No, they are fast and they are efficient, and it's all about quality and craftsmanship. So if you want to see what they do, they're terrific work. Check them out on Facebook. Check them out on Instagram. Search for at McCall Custom Homes. Give our man Mike a call at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. And shoot them an email at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com and hit up their amazing website at mccallcustomhomesatx.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And Leaf Landscape Supply, full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. Some of y'all might just have a bland decoration space. No, change that. Change all of that, because Leaf Landscape Supply, they will help you change that with the supplies that they have, large quantities of that will fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants. They're your one-stop shop for everything you need, and they have 2 amazing locations. If you're up north, check them out at Palm Springs Road, off of Palm Springs Road. And if you're down south, check them out off of 290 and Monterey Oaks. Check out their website, leaflandscapesupply.com, to see what they have to offer online ordering when it comes to trees, tools, vines. They got palms, they got fruit, bamboo, and plenty more. Check it out at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, when you go in, let them know you heard from TSU and the crew, and you get 10% off. 10% off, can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply. And Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership, that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. You don't want to take my word for it for how good Covert Bee Cave is? Well, listen to these fine folks.
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, right call today is a little all over the place. Got a couple of stories here, but the first one is really crazy. So I understand being a fan. I understand loving a team that you grew up with, loving a team that maybe you didn't grow up with, but you became a fan because they had a certain player that you could relate to. They had a certain coach that you could relate to. But sometimes these fans go overboard. You know, when you saw those New York Knicks fans throwing the trash can at the guy wearing the Tyrese Halliburton jersey, that's no good. You never like those fans. Or, you know, the fans that curse out the opponents and call them out their names so bad to where it sounds racist as hell. There's no need for that in sports. But this also grinds my gears when people get tattoos of their favorite player. Like this insane man that got a Tyrese Halliburton tattoo after he hit that shot in game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals and decided to do the Reggie Miller choke sign. Dude got it on his calf, on his leg. If I'm Tyrese Halliburton, I'm getting a restraining order on this dude immediately. This is too much. This is too much. And again, Tyrese Halliburton, he's great for the league. Like, I became a fan. You know, I've always liked this game, but I've really respected and became a fan of him, especially for how he's played after finding out he was voted by his peers that he's the most overrated player in the association. and he's came back with that by taking his team to the NBA Finals. So overrate that. So I like Tyrese Halliburton. But Chip, this is too much, bruh. This is too much. Now, the tattoo, if we're talking about the artists that did this, incredible job. Like, absolutely incredible job. Whichever artist did this tattoo, amazing. The man that got the tattoo, he has some problems. I hope he's seeking therapy because it just his love for Tyrese Halliburton to get his face. Like, I hope he's married. I hope he's married to a diehard Indiana Pacers fan that understands this, or he finds a diehard Indiana Pacers fan that would understand this. Because what girl in her right mind, you bring her back to the crib, you just had a nice night out, it's about 2:30 in the morning. You rip off the jeans, you ready to go, you got the Jimmy hats on deck, and all of a sudden, bam, she sees this. I don't know if you're getting some that night. It just don't seem like, it doesn't seem like an aphrodisiac to have this Tyrese Halliburton tattoo. You know what I'm saying? But this guy's not the first to get a famous athlete on their body for the rest of their lives. So clearly Tyrese Halliburton's influence is out of this world, and here we are. Here we are in society.
You know, do you remember the guy who got the Bill Belichick tattoo?
Kinda.
What is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? Like, get a poster.
Yeah, right.
Put it in your man cave. That's fine. That's all you need. This tattoo took days to get done. Like, this was not one sitting. And it is good.
No, it's good.
That's impressive because
it's some serious talent.
That's some talent. Wow. Just get a poster. I mean,
see, now I gotta find the Bill Belichick one.
Yeah, that one was pretty detailed too. And it's like, now what are you gonna do with that Bill Belichick tattoo? Like, you don't have any control over how these people are gonna finish their lives. Like, you're all swept up in the moment. Hey, Patriots! Touchdown, Tommy. And then Bill Belichick finds some 24-year-old who's trying to take over the North Carolina football program, and you're like, why did I do this? Yes. Belichick yourself for you wreck yourself.
On the arm, too?
At
least oh boy had it on the leg. That's a little more easier to hide. This,
I mean, what do you think this guy does for a job?
It has to be something extremely blue collar.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with it, but
nothing wrong with it. But that's a lot of money. It's a lot of time, and it's for forever.
Yeah. Nah.
I mean, at least the Halliburton art is much better than that Belichick art.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with that. Like, you can hardly tell that's Belichick.
All right, so Texas, they're back. You know, Texas football, they're back doing their June workouts. What's the schedule with Texas football right now? Because the social media team posted a photo, them on the field, looks like they were training.
Right. So the summer enrollees, Nick Townsend, the behemoth Coleman twins. These guys are twins. One is 375, the other's 340.
Lord.
Devin Coleman, 6'5", 375. Jordan Coleman, 6'4", 337. Let's go. Large humans.
Large humans. That's what it's all about.
And then
So
you got Murad Watson. You got Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. That's my guy. Jack Endries, 3rd-year junior, caught 56 balls last year. Gunnar Helm caught 60. I think Jack Endries could be a gem.
yeah,
Could be
a lot
our
of people are high on him.
best friend.
A lot of people are high on them. I get it. So Spencer Shannon, they posted a photo on the Texas X Twitter account, and it's Trevor Gooseby getting hype. In the background, there's somebody on the right. I can't recognize who it is. Y'all are going to have to let me know. But on the left of Trevor Gooseby, is that Travis Kelce? No, it can't be. It's Spencer Shannon, who looks exactly like Travis Kelce in this photo. He's got the Kelce stash, like the cop Kelce stash. He has the tight fade.
Are you sure?
Who is that then?
I don't know. It looks like it could be a GA.
That's a player. That's definitely a player.
Can you zoom in on it?
Let me see what I can do here. Oh, there we go.
That's not Spencer Shannon.
Is that Jack Endries? Who is that?
Yeah, it's not Spencer Shannon.
I'm telling you, I saw Spencer Shannon retweet this like it is him.
Well, he's
Like,
probably just giving some love to Trevor Gooseby.
Okay, because the fact that you don't know who it is, like if you knew who it was, then I'd be like, okay, this ain't Spencer Shannon. Why can't Spencer Shannon grow a mustache? He looks like Dallas Buyers Club Kelce. This guy doesn't have AIDS. Let's relax, Rodney. Good grief. That's a little cold.
What Twitter was that on?
I originally saw it from Spencer Shannon's Twitter, but it originally came from the University of Texas football's Twitter.
Okay.
So
yeah, let me work on that.
Work on that.
I'm gonna work on that.
Yeah, I don't know who the brother is on the right.
That dude has a dad bod.
Who are we talking about? Spencer Shannon?
No, that's not Spencer Shannon.
All right.
Let me work on it.
Please work on it. Let me know who this is. Who you said the dude on the right has a dad bod?
No, the guy you think is Spencer Shannon.
That guy don't have no. That's a solid physique right there.
Okay. All right. I'll work on it. Could be Jack Bomeister.
Jack Bomeister ain't looking like that. Ain't no way.
Huh?
Jack Bomeister ain't looking like the punter.
I'm working on it.
Please work on it.
I'm pulling up. You do this to me. You throw stuff out there. It's not Jack Endries. Let's see. Yeah, it could be Bomeister. Look at Bomeister. It very well could be him. Yeah, I think it's him.
Do you think it's Bomeister?
Yep. Yeah, he's got that stash. He's got the dark hair.
And
A punter would have a dad bod.
This guy doesn't have a dad bod. That's what.
A little bit.
Yo, whoever that is, you're body shaming the hell out of him. That's
what?
For sure. Dad bod? I didn't see no dad bod.
You're killing me. I'm not body shaming the guy.
Killing me.
Yeah,
let's bring in. Our time's up, man. Our time's up. Let's bring in Patrick and Matt.
All right. Do you want me to pull up a bootleg picture of Bomeister?
I can tell you for a fact it's not Spencer Shannon because Spencer Shannon has tattoos.
There we go.
So it's a 100% not him because he has tattoos and that guy doesn't. So
there we go.
So I can
Thank
tell you
you,
for a fact
Patrick.
that it's not Spencer Shannon.
Okay, so it could be
It's-
Jack Bomeister.
Yeah.
It could be Jack Bomeister. As a guy who has a dad bod, I think I'm well qualified to say whether or not that is a dad bod. That is in fact a dad bod. Also, I'm 99% sure that Spencer Shannon is a blonde kid, and that does not look blonde to me. So I'm pretty sure it's not him.
Here's Bomeister.
I mean, that looks like Bomeister to me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Chip.
Okay. I'm gonna need you to come back tomorrow with some,
Some confirmation.
more confirmation. Yeah.
Okay.
It's still up in the air to me. Because if my punter looks like that, I'm concerned. I need my punter to look a little,
On that note,
we'll
see you tomorrow.
Guys.
Later,
We'll
guys.
see y'all tomorrow. Welcome in here to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we get rolling into a Tuesday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan here of Texas Longhorns on SI. Remember, you guys are the third member here at Open Gym. You can hit us up on the chat. What's up, CB? The best volunteer producer in the history of radio, has made my job much easier over the years. Or you can hit us up on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. That is where you can hit us up and join part of the show. Should be a fun one today as we get into a little bit more college football, a little bit more NFL, a little NBA. Coach firings, always fun to see. Trade rumors happening in the NBA as we get ready for the NBA Finals. Did you get to watch any of Texas Tech beat the Beast last night and send Oklahoma home?
I did not. I may have forgotten that game was on, so I did not watch
it. Well, Texas Tech knocked him home, and shockingly, Oklahoma's coach was complaining after the game about something that didn't even matter. So I love that the article today was, no, she came out afterwards and they said that doubleheaders, that they should not have had to play a doubleheader if they had won. It's like, we didn't win though. So you didn't play a doubleheader. She was mad that they would have had to play a doubleheader had they have won the game. So they were, it's a silly.
Well,
it's one of those things where you're like, I don't think that's the problem that every single other team has with this. I think you having home field advantage is probably the problem everybody else has.
That's what I was going to say. When you have the biggest advantage in maybe all of college sports every offseason, I guess you kind of have to find stuff to complain about, even though it kind of rings a little bit on deaf ears. Nobody feels bad for Oklahoma. You get to play a home game every game in the postseason. You get to play a home game. So nobody feels bad for you.
Now, I'm really curious what attendance is going to be out there now, because they've just been in it every year. So the attendance is always great. I'm curious for Texas versus Texas Tech, if people are going to be very anti-Texas and okay with Tech, if they're going to be split, if it is, I know Texas fans will be out there. They're going to show up. I know Tech will probably have their fans out there too, but that middle of, are there just going to be people that are Oklahoma people? Are they going to be there? And are they just arms crossed? Are they booing everything? I'm curious to see the crowd reaction in Oklahoma for a game. And you also got to remember, this starts game 2 would be on Thursday, and there's also a NBA Finals game happening there in Oklahoma City on Thursday as well. So that Thursday game is going to be nuts, solely in the fact that there is also an NBA Finals game for their team happening in the same town. So I have no idea what attendance is going to be like on Wednesday or Thursday there, but I think it'll be an interesting thing to watch, because you're so used to playing in a hostile environment if you're Texas, and Texas Tech probably as well, because they're a former Big 12 team as well, that now it's like, is it still hostile? Are we nicer now? Where does it go? So I'm curious to see what ends up happening starting tomorrow in the Women's College World Series. I got to take my dog to the vet today, Matt. It's always fun to do. My dog is he's fine. He just had to get a checkup, and then we're going to get some masses removed, get him back into tip-top shape. But for a dog that barks at the door as much as he does, you can't be that scared at the vet. You can't hiding behind me, trying to get over, just like, and he's a good dog. He's not trying to bite anybody. He's not growling or anything else. He's just kind of like, hey, Dad, you want to pet me some more? Why don't I come back around on this side of you, away from the doctor? So I got to do that this morning, and have a dog that was just. So he's not thrilled with me right now because I took him. He's going to be more unthrilled when we have to take him in to get those masses removed. But a fun start to the day, taking the dog to the vet always.
Well, my dogs have never liked the vet either. I think when, given the way that the vet takes their temperature, they probably remember that and they don't like going back.
Yes.
So that's part of it. But every dog that I've ever had has been terrified of the vet, and none of them have been super excited to get there. So, they get over it. I don't like going to the dentist. I'm pretty much the same at the dentist. I kind of sit there and shake and complain the whole time.
No, I've got a good dentist, so I'm not as worried about that. There's other things. The doctor I only worry about. The doctor is always the one that I like. All professions like this just need to have like a chart on the wall. They have all the other stuff, but a chart of prices on the wall. That would help me out more, because that's the most stressful part, is when they're like, what about this? And you're like, I can't tell you yes or no because you're not telling me what that cost. Like, I need to know how much is coming out of my pocket when I walk out of this room to say yes or no, should we do this test or whatever? Because sometimes they'll just be like, oh, no, we should do this. This is pretty standard. And then you walk out and you think it's going to be like $120, and they're like, it's $480. Like, whoa, I don't know. I have an extra $350 I was expecting to spend today. That is not in the budget. So
when I moved into my new apartment, I had to get both my dog and my cat vaccinated and like sign this form saying they were vaccinated. I hadn't taken my cat to the vet. He's like almost 10 years old. I hadn't taken him to the vet since he was like 2 years old, because he's a house cat. Doesn't go outside. There's no reason for him to do anything like that. But I had to provide proof. So I went to the vet, just had him do a normal checkup. They were like, oh, well, he hasn't been here in a long time. Maybe we should run this test just to make sure that he doesn't have this issue and this, that, and the other. And I was like, I mean, all right, sure, just give me an estimate. And they're like, okay, we'll give you an estimate. And their estimate was already pricey. And then they came back with the final bill, and it was like $600. And I was about to have a heart attack right there on the vet floor. It was brutal.
Yeah, every time. Yeah, that's every time I've walked in. The one I went to this time, I'll give them a shout out. Travis County vet. They were awesome. They've been really cool about it and not doing that, of being like, this is what it is. This is what it'll cost. But still, when you have the meeting, they'll be like, what about this thing? And you're like, you can't just say a thing that I don't know what it is. And expect me to have any idea what the value of that is. So yeah, it can be very expensive, but they've been good at giving good estimates. So I appreciate the guys over there. So but it was a fun beginning of your day.
Yeah, Derek, I got off easy for $600 for an 8-pound animal. That really is getting off easy. I agree.
Yeah, it's the 8-pound animal. Yeah, that comes in. And it was also funny. There was another dog in there that was kind of like doing the little growl, like a young dog. It was doing the little growl-a-loo. And you're just like, man, that dog's from the streets. I know he's been in the house for a while, but he's from the streets. He'll come after you. You don't want to growl at that dog. Matt, why don't we get into it? And we'll start off today with ESPN. They released their FPI rankings for the college football season today. This is basically a team projection. It's based off of basically what they believe the power of your offense and defense will be, and then that's put into an algorithm of all of those pieces, and then that will go into what they believe you'll be able to do against your schedule, and it gives you an outcome that tells you your percentage of winning a title, your percentage of making the playoffs, who's the best team in all of this. And I was a little surprised at how over the top Texas was ranked in this, because I thought they'd be up there. I think, okay, well, we're pretty much assuming they'll be top 3, maybe top 4 if they really didn't like them, or if they really were on the other side of the Arch Manning scale, which we've seen some people be. They're apparently on a very strong side of the Arch Manning scale, because the top teams by the 2025 FPI National Championship odds, Texas comes in at number 1. They are at 28.5. They have a projected 10.4 total wins. Playoff percentage is 83.9% and a 22.2 champions percentage. That is number one across the board for this Texas team in the FPI rankings from ESPN. Are you a little bit surprised that they were just like with a new quarterback, with a lot of changing pieces, 4 new offensive linemen, having 11 players go in the draft, that they're still just that kind of head and shoulders above people?
I mean, I think that the gap is a little bit surprising. I'm not surprised that they're number one because I've said this entire offseason, especially after the transfers came in and Mosley and injuries and, all the other transfers they got before that, that I thought they had the best roster in America. And they have, in my opinion, a top 3 coach in America, top 4 coach in America. So, I'm not hugely surprised that they're number one. I am surprised that their national championship percentage is 7% higher than Georgia. That seems a little high.
Yeah. I mean, it's what, 15% higher than Penn State, who's number 5?
Yeah. I mean, that's
a large percentage.
Yeah, that's a very large percentage. What really surprised me more than anything was that Alabama is number 3. That surprises me more than Texas being so far ahead at number 1, just because, when you look at people's top 25 preseason lists, Alabama's not near the top 5. I mean, they're in the top 10, but they're not in the top 5. But according to this power index, they're the 3rd best team in America. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's saying something there. I think that Georgia's probably in the right place. That's where I would put them if I had a preseason top 25, probably. A lot of people think that the Georgia Kirby Smart era is starting to decline, and this would indicate vastly otherwise. So, it's definitely interesting to look at because this is a more mathematical way of looking at a preseason top 25 as opposed to, these subjective ones that we see from like 24/7 Sports or On3 or ESPN or something like that. So it's there's more math behind it.
There's more math behind it, but you still have to put in parameters to make it the math. And so the parameters seem like, it's like when you play the video game and you go, well, this team, I mean, they have ratings for everybody and that pulls up their overall range. Like, well, but somebody had to put in that, this guy's a 97 speed and he's not a 97 speed. So there's some of the questions you put into that. Also, if you want to take in the automatic qualifiers or bids, the SEC should be demanding 8 automatic qualifiers. If you want to go down this list, the top 2 teams are Texas and Georgia. Ohio State is number 3. Alabama is number 4, then followed by Penn State and Oregon. That is your top 6. That's 3 SEC and 3 Big Ten. Then you're followed by a couple of ACC teams in Clemson and Miami. Miami seems maybe a little high, but I think Carson Beck is probably pulling them a long way. Some of the transfers are pulling them in a long way because of what they've done in the past. Notre Dame is at number 9, and then we get a run of 5 more SEC schools: Tennessee, Texas A&M, LSU, Ole Miss, and Auburn. Then you get Michigan. And how about 2 more SEC teams, South Carolina and Oklahoma? That is a lot of SEC. That's 10 out of the top 17 teams are SEC teams in this football power index. So I think you have to take that into equation too, that why Alabama is probably a little bit higher is because they're getting quality wins, because everyone in the SEC is basically a quality win at this point. So the strength of the entire schedule of the SEC is lifting it in this algorithm. And so maybe that skews it a little bit, that, overall in the grand scheme of things, some of those teams all 10 of those teams will not be top 17 teams at the end of the season. Some of them will fall out. Some will have injuries. Some will just not play as well. And so if we say, 4 or 5 of those drop back down and they're not in that place, it kind of lowers the quality of wins for some of the top teams as well. But you can tell when you get into this that there is a real thought that the SEC has a lot of good teams.
Yeah, I mean, this makes me think that the 5+11 model is, 1 SEC automatic qualifier, 1 Big Ten team, 1 ACC, 1 Big 12, 1 Group of 5, Notre Dame, and then 9 SEC teams and another Big Ten team.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's what this is kind of indicating to me, and why. Hey, why in the hell would we possibly want a 9th conference game and we have to win 10 of the 16 teams in our conference or 14 teams in our conference are in the top 17.
Oh no,
that's
and I
crazy.
mean it doesn't stop there because we're also going to throw in Florida at number 19. So in the top 20, you have 11 of the top 20 are SEC.
But the SEC should definitely have to play a ninth conference game,
The
right?
ninth conference game. 4 of them are Big Ten. Ohio State, Penn State, and Oregon are all there, and Michigan comes in near the end. That is your 4 teams from the Big Ten that fall into this. Now, some people could say there's another team or so in there, but then the craziest part, and you just said that, Joe, Kansas State is the only Big 12 team to make the list, and they're at 20. This is not the poll that Brett Yormark wanted to see while he's arguing for, the Big 12 and being at the level playing field. Is that, once again, we talked about it yesterday. If you don't have anybody to be a measuring stick in the Big 12, like at least the ACC can go, well, if you can beat Clemson, if you can beat Miami, we'll consider you a real team. There's not that team in the Big 12. There's no one you can beat in the Big 12. There's no one unbeatable. There's no mountain to climb. It's the hill country. That's what we should call the Big 12, the hill country. There's no mountain to climb in the Big 12.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of a single team in the Big 12 that would strike fear into my heart if I'm any of those other teams in the top 19. If Texas played Kansas State tomorrow at a neutral site, hell, if they played Kansas State tomorrow in Manhattan, they'd probably win by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And you look, and we get on any given night, that's what makes college football great, is that, in any given night, someone can come up and beat you. But there isn't a team in the Big 12 right now that feels like they're amazing. I mean, there was times where Oklahoma State was getting closer to it, and if Oklahoma State could beat Oklahoma and Texas, now the next season going in, even though you have a different roster, you still thought, okay, Oklahoma State might be where it's at, or Iowa State, or whoever it was that pushed Texas and Oklahoma. But now without Texas and Oklahoma, it's like you have to go. Arizona State pretty much has to go undefeated. And if they do that, then maybe Arizona State becomes that, but they're going to lose Leavitt. And then if Sam Leavitt's gone, then it's, how much are you going to pretend that they're still the team they're going to be? Are they going to be able to keep that up and build a dynasty out there? Is Deion Sanders, now that he doesn't have to take care of Shedeur, is that Colorado program going to thrive with his ability to recruit, or is it going to shrivel? Like, there's just not a lot of people that you have such high expectations. I think Utah was kind of, people thought that maybe they would be a pace car there, but they haven't really even done that because of the injuries. I just don't, seeing this list does not help the case that the Big 12 even exists. And we know, we talked about it yesterday too, the Pac-12 or the Big 12, one of them was going away, and the Big 12 survived on the Pac-12. But man, stuff like this happening makes you feel like, oh, there's not going to be they're going to be gone soon too. Like, how do you keep going if you just don't have that power? Like your TV deal for Big 12, now they have really good basketball still. They have a lot of other good sports, but for football, I mean, you're paying for Coach Sanders right now, paying for Coach Prime. That's pretty much what you're paying for in that Big 12 TV contract. And the day they have to renegotiate, I feel like they could start getting into that Pac-12 conversation, which is what eventually killed the Pac-12. They didn't get a TV deal done, and then they wanted to go to subscription base, and everybody bounced. So I don't know if this Big 12, it seems a little scary. I get there's a whole season to come out of it, and if the Big 12 can fight back this season, have a couple teams be 1 or 2 loss teams, have a really good Big 12 championship game, put 1, maybe 2 teams in the playoff, then all of a sudden that conversation may shift.
Well, I think even in that conversation, they have to advance pretty far in the playoff.
Yeah, you got to win a game.
Yeah, like you can't get too big. You can't get 2 teams to the playoff and then have them lose both of their first games. That would just prove to the rest of the country that you don't deserve a bid. I mean, let's look at the Big 12, and I'll list the teams off real quick, and you tell me if there is a single team in this conversation, in this conference, that has a chance to be a national, power. Yeah. Arizona State, maybe, right? BYU, Iowa State, Colorado, Baylor, TCU, Texas Tech, Kansas State, West Virginia, Kansas, Cincinnati, Houston, Utah, Arizona, UCF, Oklahoma State.
No, I mean there's not.
There's not to me, the only team that has there's 3 teams that have the potential to take things to the next level, and maybe not be a national power, but take things to the next level. That's Arizona State.
Yeah.
And that's Colorado because Deion Sanders is really good at getting transfer players and they get good money. And then TCU. I mean, they were in a national title game like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
True.
That's about it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's rough right now. Like, I think you had to wish that maybe you brought in an SMU, and I get that that's silly to say SMU would be there, but if you're the Big 12, that would have helped you out in football, right? Am I wrong?
I mean, they went 11-1 in the ACC in their regular season last year. I think they were undefeated in the ACC until the
I mean,
ACC
they're spending money. They're spending money. I feel like maybe that would have helped you out a little bit more, but man, I mean, it just seems rough right now for the Big 12.
I feel like SMU has a much higher chance of being a national power than any team in that conference.
That's what I'm saying.
And they just let them mosey on over to the ACC when, I mean, how much more sense would it have made had they gone after SMU as opposed to UCF? It's a geographical fit.
Yeah.
The market in Dallas, I know you have TCU in Fort Worth, but like those are natural
only makes
rivals.
it better. Like take a bigger rivalry.
Yeah.
And go the different route than what everybody else is doing because you're not competing with everybody else.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Utah has a chance if they're healthy, but they never recruit great players. They just have really good players and a really good coach. BYU's the same way. Every once in a while, they'll get like a Puka Nacua or a Zach Wilson, but like they never recruit the big time college football stars because all of those guys want to go to either the SEC or the Big Ten or Clemson, sometimes Florida State or Miami. And that's it.
No, it's going to be a rough road for them. They got to figure out something to try and make it feel like they have a little bit more power in this game right now because they're also just being left out of the conversation completely of, you have to, you're a 2-loss team. How do you get into the playoff as a 2-loss team? And that it's not like there's all these bottom teams either in the Big 12. I don't want to put the illusion. There's much worse teams in the Big 10. There's much worse teams in the ACC than a lot of the teams in the Big 12. They have a lot of decent teams, but that you still have to have somebody to come in and whoop everybody up to make it look like you have somebody that's a measuring stick, and they just don't have it. I don't know what they're going to do going forward because when you see lists like this and you're trying to fight for what makes it fair, we need 2 automatic qualifiers. You're lucky we're letting you have 1 in there.
Yeah.
You're not producing the stuff right now, and there's nothing that makes you a really viable, watchable, like you're not the TV quality teams either.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a glorified group of 5 conference right now.
Yeah. And I mean, let's be fair. They're better than the group of 5. Like it's not that we're saying that this is a really bad conference. We're saying there's no top end of it. There's just no top end. Like the Big 10 is really, really top heavy, but that top heavy is good. The top heavy is national championship quality. They've won the last 2 national championships. That top is really, really heavy. There's nothing at the top of the Big 12. It's all in the middle. And so if you're all in the middle, I don't know how you win. Where the ACC has a lot at the, it's bottom heavy, really. And it kind of drags people down with it because if Clemson's playing, just bad team after bad team after bad team, it makes Clemson look worse because they're not playing real competition. But the Big 12, you play real games every week. But again, if you don't have that, the big games on your schedule, if I'm Brett Yormark too, I'm like, if y'all don't have at least one major, like top 25 regular team on your non-conference, we're going to have to discuss your be in the conference. You can't pansy out of having a non-conference. We have to be able to compete with these other teams. And if we win our non-conference schedule, then at least we're in the conversation now. But if we're not playing anybody, then there's no reason for anyone to judge us other than the 4th Power 4 conference. And that's what they're going to be right now.
Yeah, and if the SEC and the Big 10 end up finding a way to make this thing work where they play each other every year in the non-conference, then the Big 12 is basically like, well, okay, now we have to do a deal with the ACC where we have to play an ACC team every year. That's the only way they could survive that, because in that situation, you're not playing anybody from the SEC or Big 10 who are going to be, I mean, let's face it, 15 out of the top 25 teams every year.
Yeah. No, it is dire right now in the Big 12. You can tell why Texas and Oklahoma were pretty desperate to get out of it, because they could see the writing on the wall and they knew we're ready to compete. We're ready. Well, at least Texas was. We're ready to compete. We're ready to move up to that next level, but we can't. We are holding up. And, you know, in a couple of weeks, in a year or so, if they don't do anything this year, I want a written apology from all the Big 12 people who got mad at Longhorn Network and all the people. We can't have a Big 12. We need to share revenue in the Big 12. We all don't make any revenue. No, we need to share it, though. We're all even. When are we even?
I mean, if we really look at this, it's all Texas A&M's fault, because they were the first major team to move over to a new conference. You know, and they did so because they were so butthurt about Longhorn Network. So
yeah, still dumb. I mean, they would have had really great ratings in College Station and then no ratings anywhere else. It would have been the worst. This is centralized really good. Do we have any in any other parts of the world? None. Zero. Nowhere else. SEC, let's see which conferences are projected for the most playoff teams with this new FBI rankings. SEC is projected with 44.6 teams, so closer to 5 teams for them. 2.9 for the Big 10. You get 3 in. That's not surprising there. 1.6 for the ACC. Big 12, 1.2, which is pretty nice for them. And independent, 0.5. Notre Dame. I mean, independent is Notre Dame. They expect a 50% chance Notre Dame gets in. So that one there. If we look over at the group of 5 teams with the best playoff odds, Boise State is coming in at number 1. They have a 25.2% chance of the playoffs. Tulane coming in with 24.3% chance. UNLV, who had that really good season last year. Do you remember the whole scandal at UNLV last season about the quarterback, and he wanted more NIL? And then you could tell he was like, please let them lose without me. And then they kept winning, and that story went away fast because
he wasn't even good.
No, he could just run. Like he wasn't throwing the ball really well, but he wanted more money, or at least what he was promised is what he said. And then that story went away really quick because they are a 21.3%. Memphis is at 6.5. That's your number 4 team. Then Liberty, Toledo, Louisiana, South Florida, UTSA. Nice to have UTSA on that list. And Navy are the other teams in the top 10 of the group of 5 teams with the highest playoff odds.
Yeah, I kind of look stupid for putting Memphis in my playoff projection right now.
It's not, I mean, they're 4. They're the 4th highest. That's not crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the group of 5, it's really hard to project those things. Yeah. It's really hard because, you know, Boise State was kind of an easy one last year because they had the first or second biggest star in all of college football, and people wanted to watch him. So it's easy to say, like, yeah, if Boise State has the record, we're going to let him in because Ashton Genty is going to bring ratings. But I don't know that there's any players like that for any of these group of 5 teams this year, at least that I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, and then if we look at the best projected offenses and defenses, this is where, again, Texas takes the jump up to number 1. Their FBI is 14.1 on offense. That is number 1 overall. Number 2 is Georgia at 12.5. So they're 1.5 more than Georgia for the best offense, with 4 new offensive linemen, a new quarterback, and returning 2 wide receivers, but losing their top 2 wide receivers and their top tight end. And the running back, one of the running backs went to the NFL. They're still up 10 spots from last year and the number 1 I'm just saying there's room to question them being number 1 overall ranked offense with a new piece in there. They very well could be the number 1 ranked offense and could have the best offense. And a lot of that rides on Arch Manning, that if he is the guy that we think he is, especially by the end of the year. I don't need him to be at week 3. I need him to be at, week 16 when we're in the playoffs. That's when you really want him to be there. But it's an impressive, I mean, that's a lot of praise on this team. And I get there's putting in stats, they're putting in projections and where they think it'll be. But that's kind of high projections, and something that I know Texas says they don't look at stuff like this, but it seems interesting.
Well, who are the teams behind them in those offensive and defensive rankings?
So offense behind them is Georgia at 12.5, Alabama is at 11.8, Ohio State at 11.6, Miami at 11.4, Penn State at 11.3, LSU at 10.6, Clemson at 10.1.
Okay, so until you get to LSU and Clemson, I think, and Penn State, all those other teams have new quarterbacks too.
Yeah.
And so the point I'm trying to make here.
So Penn State does. Miami has a new quarterback, but we know who Carson Beck is.
But it's still a new quarterback.
Yeah.
So the point I'm trying to make here is that, like, yeah, Texas lost 13 guys to the NFL or whatever it was, 12 guys to the NFL.
Yeah.
And more if you consider undrafted free agents. Ohio State also lost like 13 or 14 guys. Georgia lost double-digit guys. You know, go down the list. All these guys lost a ton of pieces and are replacing a ton. I mean, Alabama is losing Jalen Milroe and multiple other pieces off of that roster. So when you're looking at it, it's not just, you know, Texas is replacing all these players. Why are they so far above everybody else? It's everybody's replacing players, and Texas is just replacing them with better players than they are.
Yeah.
So that's how I'm looking at it from their perspective. Like, that's my argument that's what I'm thinking their argument for these things is yeah, Texas is replacing players, but they're replacing them with really freaking good players.
Yeah. I think that's what they are going with. Yeah. Projection wise of what the talent they're replacing them with. Like, everyone's being replaced with another top talent. You're not really losing ground. Like, even if you look at the wide receiver core, I think you could say, well, they lost Isaiah Bond, but you're putting 5 stars back in. So they're automatically going to give them a higher ranking. I just think it puts a little more expectation on this offense. I probably would have not have just gone off the top and said, oh, week 1 preseason ranking, they're the number 1 offense in the country. I maybe want to see it a little bit more than that before I allow it, just because, you know, it is a brand new, a lot of guys playing together for the first time. But we haven't seen it with anybody else either. Georgia being the number 2, and we have no idea if that offense is going to be what we think it is. Like, we know that defense is going to be really good because it's always good under Kirby Smart, but that offense could struggle a little bit. You know, it depends on how sold you are on their quarterbacks and running backs and wide receivers stepping up again this year.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point too, is, you know, we don't know what any of these teams are going to do.
Yeah.
So it's not a stretch to say that Texas, with the most hyped quarterback recruit of all time coming in, and, you know, elite transfers coming in, and 5-star receivers coming in, and all of this stuff is a step above, you know, Ohio State, who it has Jeremiah Smith, but they lost their top 2 running backs. They lost Emeka Ibuka. They lost Will Howard. They're replacing offensive linemen. I mean, it's not a stretch, in my opinion. The gap is a little bit probably too much, but putting Texas number 1 there, I don't think is a stretch.
No, and then over on the defensive side, they have Texas again number 1 at 14. They were number 1 last year, though, so they're just staying at number 1 defense in the country on this one. Georgia's at 13 at number 2. Alabama at 11.3, then Ohio State 11.2, Oregon at 10.3, and Notre Dame at 9.8 over on the defensive side. Again, you're replacing a lot of things, but that one I feel, again, you could go between them and Georgia, but it does feel, and maybe Clemson should be a little bit higher on that. I think Clemson's going to have some, I mean, they're pretty far down on this. They're at 6.7. I think Clemson's defense is going to be a little bit better than that because they have a lot of really, really good players on that defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, they could have 4 first-round NFL draft picks off the defense.
So I probably put Clemson a little bit higher. I think because they're in the ACC, maybe it dropped them a little bit. But I'd probably put them a little bit higher because I think they're spiel. But, like, you know, I read another list today that had Texas in the top, you know, secondaries in the country again. The defensive line, you know, has just kind of been churning out guys. And so you don't expect necessarily to be in the Outland Trophy every single year and be in the, you know, winning awards every single year at that position, but you still expect it to be good. And that edge room is better than it's been in a long time. So now you say that pass rush should be better than it's been in the Sark era. And so even though maybe the interior D line is not quite as good, which it's hard to be because you had the best defensive line, best interior defensive line 2 years, 3 years in a row, that maybe now, but now the edges are really good. You expect the secondary to be really good still. Anthony Hill and Leano Fau in your linebacker core. I get why you put Texas up there because they're just really stacked still. But I maybe put some other teams a little bit closer to them. I don't think they're like twice as good as Clemson. Clemson's a 6.7, Texas a 14. That feels off to me. But I mean, I'm not going to say Texas isn't the number one defense and can't be this season.
Yeah, I mean, they were the number one defense last year, and now they're replacing Jade Barron, Andrew Makuba, and a couple of defensive tackles. Otherwise, they're returning most of their players. A lot of those players are going to take a step forward. Colin Simmons, I expect to be better, which is terrifying for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Murad Watson's going to make a huge difference, I think, in that interior defensive line. You're getting back Derek Williams, who was not a part of that defense last year.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of talent returning. Is it as good as Clemson's defense? I don't know. Like, it's really hard to judge those things even until you get to the playoff because of the level of competition that you're playing. And
it takes all 11 guys. Like,
it does take all 11 guys.
If you got 10 great players and one guy who falls over every play, there's going to be a lot of scoring on you.
Yeah, and Texas absolutely ripped apart that Clemson defense last year in the playoff. The first time that Clemson faced a legitimate, offense, outside of SMU maybe, in Georgia earlier in the year when they got absolutely dump trucked. So, we can sit here and pick apart like this player versus that player, or the amount of talent in one position group versus another. But the fact of the matter is Texas did not give up points to anybody all year long. And they're returning most of that talent, and most of that talent's going to get better from last year to this year.
Yeah,
So,
no, it makes sense.
I mean, the only team that really put up points against them last year was Georgia in Austin.
Yeah, and there was a lot of things wrong with that game. So,
yeah, that was just that game was on drugs or something. Like that whole night was way off. And you saw a better matchup in the SEC championship game when things were a little bit of a more level playing field.
Until we knocked that quarterback out, until we knocked Carson Beck out, we were doing just fine. We had to knock out their quarterback. We also had based on FBI, the most anticipated games of 2025. Texas is all over this list, which is not surprising because they're the number one team and they're in a conference with 11 teams in the top 20. So it's not surprising. They are they're ranked the game quality. Texas has the number one and number two game quality percentage in FPI for the college football year of next year. Texas at Georgia in November 15th. That is a 99.3% game quality. That is your number one game projected for next year. No shocker. Texas, Georgia is the big game right now because not only, and that's just doing the analytics. That's not even looking at the storyline behind it. That is, everyone thinks Texas is a better team and they can't beat Georgia. And they, so as much as people keep projecting Texas to be better, Georgia keeps keeping them down. They have to figure that out. A big one for Sark. Can you get past Kirby Smart? So that one's a huge one. And then number two is Texas at Ohio State to start the season. That's a 98.9. So they say the two best games of the college football season, most anticipated games, Texas is in them. And we can go down to number 6 on that list. And guess what? It's Texas at Florida, 94.7%. Texas at that one. How about we go down a couple more to 9? Texas A&M at number 1, Texas, 92.9%. That's 4 out of the top 10 most anticipated games of next season involve the Texas Longhorns. That's high praise. This algorithm favors the Longhorns.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's look, Texas is probably the most marketable team in college football.
Yeah.
they have the most famous quarterback in college football right now, even though he's not the most experienced or this, that, or the other. He's the quarterback that everybody wants to watch. Everybody wants to watch Texas next year because of Arch Manning. So then you put him up against this storyline with, against Georgia, how they can't beat Georgia. Can Arch Manning be the one that gets Texas past Georgia? It's a natural, it's a natural story. And the Texas Georgia thing, I said this on a previous show, I think is developing into one of the best non-traditional rivalries in college football. It's like the new Alabama Georgia when Kirby Smart couldn't get past Nick Saban, and then he finally got over that hump and then took over college football. It's kind of like that same, maybe that's what Sark's going to do. I don't know if he's ever going to beat Kirby Smart. I'm not going to sit here and say that he is, but that's the kind of trajectory that this thing's on. And then you look at, a rematch of the probably one of the best games in the college football playoff last year to open up the season, the Texas and Ohio State. That's the one that surprises me is Texas, Florida being so high.
Oh, I mean, Texas, Florida being high surprised me because number 13 is Texas, Oklahoma. So that's on the list too. That's number 13. Here's the real kicker. Number 24. This is a list of the top 25 games that are the most anticipated games of 2025 based on projected FBI ratings. Texas, Kentucky is number 24 on this list.
Where's the first Big 12 matchup on there? That's what I want to
know. Let's see. Let's see if we can find a Big 12 matchup. We're still in the SEC. Oh, there's some Big 10. SEC, Big 10, SEC, Big 10, SEC, Big 10. Notre Dame, Miami's on this list. I think, is that our first non-SEC or
okay.
So
and
I
that's
think
where?
Notre Dame, Miami, that's like 18, 19, 20 on this list.
Okay. Then you go all the way down, and none of these games are Big 12.
I think that's the only one that's not Big 10 or SEC.
Yeah. So people like Joel Klatt, who are preaching against this 5-11 model, and Brett Yormark, and all these people who are trying to prop up the Big 12, none of the top 25 most anticipated games in college football are from the Big 12. There's not even a Big 12 team in any of these games, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, that is a crazy, I mean, it is very weighted for the SEC and Big 10. I'll give it that. I imagine
those are the teams that people want to watch.
It is. But that is the analytics. But yeah, it's this is the one that, yeah, if you're Brett Yormark or if you're even the ACC, I think you're probably looking at this and saying, I don't like this list. I'm not a fan. If you're the Big 10, you hate this list, by the way, because it's got the SEC dominating. And the Big 10 wants to pretend that they're the same, even though, again, they are a girl with a great face and a great pair of cans and not much else. That's the Big 10, top heavy.
Yeah, they've got 4 teams in that conference right now. The SEC has 10.
No, and you know what? I'm going to start calling the Big 12 Hill Country too. I like that name. There's no mountains to climb in the Big 12. It's the Hill Country.
There you go.
Hey, what is this game? We got a big mountain to climb this week? Nah, just another hill. It's another hill. You can pick up some speed on your my bicycle, but it's about all it is. Some scenic views if you get out there in the Big 12. But yeah, a crazy list there. That is the College Football Power Index. There's a bunch of analytics you can go into and try and figure out all the pieces that go into it. But they have Texas ranked very, very high. There's always one you kind of look at and you say, normally the years we've done this and looked down lists like this in my career, you're normally trying to figure out the reasons of why they think you're not going to be that good. And is it fair? This one, like, I may be on the other side. Be like, man, you really like us. All right. I don't know how to deal with compliments that well. Let's go in to hey, Bradley, I don't know if you're an Ohio State guy, but if you're an Ohio State guy and you forgot to put the into it, you're really messed up. Thought you guys were supposed to be more annoying about that, right? He's supposed to say, he said, because our man Joe said 88 days till Texas versus OSU, and Bradley says no 88 days till Ohio State versus Texas. But you have to throw in the "the," right? If you're trying to be a jerk about it.
He's got to be an Ohio State fan. There's no way.
Yeah, but you got to say "the," right? You say "the Ohio State." That's the whole thing. They tried to trademark "the" because
I think the Big Ten's only claim right now to being the conference in college football is that they have the last 2 national champions.
They do,
which is a
I
good
told you.
argument.
Hey, pretty face, big cans. I'm telling you, that top is beautiful. Gets a little dicey as you go down that body, though. I'm telling you that much.
But like, I mean, and that's a good argument. Like, yes, you won the last 2 national titles.
Yeah, no, at the top, very good.
Who won the last 20 before?
Yeah. If we're gonna look, if I'll call the Big 12 the Hill Country, that is like a mountain next to the ocean. Is that it's the Big 10.
After Texas's national title in 2005, how many other conferences won a national title other than the SEC? Clemson's in there.
Yeah.
Ohio State has one other one.
Yeah. I mean, I have to go back and look. My memory doesn't do me well enough on these things. So Bradley, I'm just giving you a hard time. We appreciate you tuning in. We're just giving you a hard time.
Florida State got one. That's true. The Jimbo James Winston.
Oh, the Jimbo screw A&M. This is gonna be great.
Let's see.
Yeah. If we go back, let's see: Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia, Alabama, LSU, Clemson, Alabama, Ohio State, Florida State in 2013, Alabama, Auburn, Alabama, Florida, LSU, Florida, Texas, USC in 2004. So last 20 years, it has been one team outside of those 2.
I love how UCF claims the 2017 national title, by the way.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, because they didn't get in. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. But yes, there's been. Yeah, if you pull it out of that, the SEC's got a ton of them. Big Ten.
It's 12 for the SEC. 1, 2, 3 for the Big Ten. 3 for the ACC.
Yeah.
Just saying.
It is. That's what we know. All right. I also wanted to get into a little other thing. One of our listeners brought up yesterday, Matt, and so I thought we'd get into that for a minute before we take our break. And put up some tiers of the SEC, because yesterday our man Mike G on the text, I believe is his name, on the chat said that he had the SEC had 4 contenders, I believe, and 3 Cinderellas, I believe is what he said. He never gave us more than that. So, Mike, if you're on, if you want to type in, if you have yours, anybody else wants to throw those in, text lines open as well, 512-222-9328. If you want to throw in the SEC who your contenders are, if you have tiers going down, your real contenders versus, who's pretenders, who's our Cinderellas, who may have a shot to get in there, throw those in. But I wanted to ask Matt about that, about who his real contenders are, who he thinks are Cinderellas, who he has in the SEC. So, Matt, let's go through and look at some of our tiers. I have some tiers. I just labeled them different things. I don't know how you did your tier list, but do you have your top contenders? Very top real contenders that you think are real contenders?
I do. But I also have that divided into 2 tiers.
Yeah, I do too.
So I didn't label it. So I just have tier 1 and tier 2. So let's say top tier contenders versus second tier contenders.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Okay. Yeah.
Top tier contenders are Texas and Georgia.
Yes, sir. I agree with you 100% on that one.
Yeah. And then the second tier contenders are LSU and Alabama.
See, I do not have LSU. We know this. I'm not as high on LSU as everybody else is. I don't think Brian Kelly's the guy. I don't think they're going to figure it out. I think they'll be an okay football team, and they're going to drop at least 1, maybe 2 stupid games this year, because that's just what they do every year. I think that's what Brian Kelly does. I think he's going to make some bad decisions, and they'll drop a game or 2 they shouldn't drop. And then they're going to drop games they should drop too, because they're in the SEC. So I'm not putting him in the real contender. So the way I called it was real contenders. And then I talked about if they're able to get the extraordinary play, I'm going to put South Carolina on that list of a real contender, because I think Lenora Sellers is the real deal. And I will say, I think Lenora Sellers can win some ball games this year and put them into where their schedule is really hard. But I think they can be a 3-win team, and they can still, get into it. And with a quarterback like Lenora Sellers, once you get into the playoff, that's how you get upsets in the playoffs, is how do we prepare for this guy who got us here? And there's always one of those teams in college football that has somebody step out and a quarterback play gets you to that next level. And so I'm going to put South Carolina above LSU on my list. LSU's in my next group of guys, but I just don't have that feeling for LSU. We've discussed it plenty on the show. I know that there's plenty of reason to believe that they will be good and have it all figured out this year. I can't buy in. I can't buy in.
I mean, I'm not going to fault you for that argument. I have my questions about LSU too. But I think that if you're doing it, is LSU in that list for you with South Carolina, where if everything goes right, then they're a contender?
I mean, it would be, but again, let's put it this way. There's no way LSU wins a national title this year. I'll say that. There's not one. There's not the 0.0. There is a chance Lenore Sellers makes some big plays and gets a favorable matchup.
Okay. Well, I
don't think they have that X factor. I don't think they have the X factor on it. I don't think Garrett Nussmeier's an X factor guy. I think he's going to throw the ball 900 times, but I don't think he's an X factor.
And that's fair. And I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about it because I don't have really a hill to stand on in terms of why I say that LSU is going to be that. But I think that if everything, quote unquote, goes right for LSU, then they have enough talent overall in that roster to compete for a national title. Will they win it? Probably not. But I think that they deserve to be in that conversation.
Yeah. I have them on a list of the next ones, which is playoff teams. I think there could be a playoff team. And so I have them as teams that could make the playoffs, but I don't expect them. They wouldn't be able to do anything once they got there, because especially if we're talking 16 teams, but 12 teams, someone who could show up could do it. And that for me is Tennessee, LSU, and Ole Miss. Those teams can all get to the playoffs. They're all right around there. Tennessee, you got to figure out what you have at the quarterback position. They consistently put together a good product there. I know Nico leaving is going to hurt him a lot, so maybe they fall completely out of that. I'm going to give Josh Heupel the benefit of the doubt on it, that he can get to that, 12 to 14 range again. And that's basically where I'll put him. And I think that's Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin is constantly hovering around that top 15 range. So put him right there. And I think LSU will be right around that range of maybe you can get in the playoffs, but you're not winning 4 games. Like, you're just not winning 4 games in the playoffs. And that's where I put those teams. You're going to have to play. You're not going to be a top ranked team. And that means you're going to have to play in round 1. So you got to win that first round, then you got to win a second, then you got to win a third, and then win a fourth. I just don't see any of those teams winning 4 games to a national championship.
Okay, I'm going to redo my list a little bit.
Okay.
This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do my title contenders. The two teams that I think are national title contenders are Texas and Georgia.
Yes.
The teams that I think are playoff contenders, legitimate, I believe they are going to make the playoff, are LSU, Alabama, and South Carolina.
Okay.
And then after that, I have Cinderella teams who could make the playoff.
Okay.
And that is Ole Miss, Texas A&M, and Tennessee.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
And then I have good but not contenders, like playoff contenders.
Yes, that's my need some miracles tier. You're gonna need some miracles. You're gonna have to pull out a game or two that you don't think you're gonna pull out, and that'll get you into that playoff contention.
Yeah, I have 2 teams there. I have Oklahoma and Florida.
Okay, yeah, that's basically it. I have Texas A&M in that tier with Oklahoma and Florida.
Yeah, they're in my Cinderella tier.
They're right there. They're right in between it. Again, I just don't like that. That to me is a playoff team, and I think they would need some help to get to a playoff team. For me personally, I think they'll be right around it, but I think they'll be closer to 20. So I think they'll still be a good team, but the fact that they're going to lose to Texas the last week of the season does not help their cause. Let's put it that way.
Right. And then my last tier is just the rest, or the bottom, or whatever you want to call it.
So I have 2 tiers left, and I want to see if you can throw in and just put if you have any teams on this. I have season ruiners, and then the relegation congregation, which all the guys that you could relegate, no one would really care. But my season ruiners, teams that will just ruin other people's seasons but will not win enough games to get there, is Vanderbilt and Missouri. They're a little bit better than the rest of them, but they're not good enough to really do it. Kentucky maybe could get in that conversation as well. But those teams like Vanderbilt is especially a team. Like they're just going to ruin somebody's season next year. Diego Pavia is going to ruin somebody's season. And
So
that's
for me, if I had that tier for me, it would be Vanderbilt and Auburn.
Okay. I didn't want to give Hugh Freeze any credit. So,
well, no, he's a scumbag. He doesn't deserve any credit. But what's going to happen one day is I'm going to end up I'm going to get like asked to cover Auburn in some capacity, and then Hugh Freeze is never going to talk to me.
He ain't going to be there that long. Unless it's this season, I don't think you have to worry about it.
Yeah. So, but Vanderbilt and Auburn, I think, would be the two teams that could be in the spoiler tier. I don't have any faith in Missouri. I think they're going to be terrible.
I don't think they're going to be that good. I think they're just going to be good enough to ruin a season. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, and then the relegation brigade, I guess, is what we're going to call it.
Is that relegation congregation?
The relegation congregation. Okay, that for me, that's Arkansas, Missouri, Kentucky, and Mississippi State.
Yes, yeah, 100%. Those guys all fall in there. They're not there right now. All those guys are trying to hold on. Now, Kentucky, they're fine where they're at because they're, not a football school. So they're doing okay. They'll win a couple games. They'll be close in a lot of games, but they're not going to do anything that special. Arkansas, we'll see if they move on from Sam Pittman after this year, if they try and move on there. And Mississippi State, we know what Mississippi State is. They know what they are.
And I'm going to do my tier list for the Big Ten real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to say the contenders are Ohio State and Penn State.
Yes.
I'm going to say the other playoff contenders are Oregon and Illinois.
Okay.
And then I'm going to say the Cinderella is Michigan. And then I think after that, the relegation brigade is all the rest of the Big Ten. Actually, I could put USC in the spoiler category. I could put USC in the spoiler category. But outside of that, everybody else is garbage.
I mean, USC's spoiling recruiting right now. We can put it that way. I mean, they're at least doing that where they're pulling some recruits that nobody thought they were going to get and at least keeping that alive. So they're already spoiling it for some people. But I don't know if Lincoln Riley is going to be able to do it. I mean, that's going to be something to watch a ton in the Big Ten, though, this year is that everyone who had to travel east, right? Traveling west wasn't as bad, but traveling east, those records were bad. The numbers were down. Like offensive efficiency was down. Defensive efficiency was down. It was just bad for everything of going west to east. So all those teams that have to travel that way suffer for it. And is that going to continue? Is Oregon following that trend, or is it, is it more the California teams, UCLA and USC, they're going to suffer from that? But that one's going to be something to watch because that was a big issue last season. And, they're going to have to try and figure it out. Like we've seen in the NFL with the overseas games, we've seen them start to, some guys get there early and they get there earlier in the week and they try and figure out what day to get there. And do you get there in the morning or do you get there in the afternoon? And when do you leave? And are you trying to get them to sleep on a plane? Are you trying to get them to sleep when they get there? Do you immediately go out and try and break the jet lag? Or do you let them sleep off the jet? Like all these things they've been trying to figure out the best way to get the best out of these games. And each coach has different ideas. I think we'll see that a lot more in the Big Ten this season from some of those teams. Just being like, how do we figure out how to not make this suck as much for us? That where it's about the money, so we have to fly across the country over and over and over again. How do we do that? And then I'm sure they're all the people that have to drive the trucks for them are going to have to try and figure out how they're going to continue to manage to do that another year, because that seems like a horrible job to be like, hey, so we finished practice on Wednesday and we're going to pack up the trucks and drive nonstop, like off shifts to get there by Saturday. Like we are just having to go on, like after that Thursday practice, maybe on like Thursday afternoon, you have to take off to try and be there in time. I mean, it seems crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. For Bradley's benefit, I'm going to put Nebraska in the spoiler category.
Okay, you could put Nebraska in there.
I'll put Nebraska because maybe they'll beat like Illinois. I don't know who they play. I'm going off the top of my head here, so caveat it with that. But maybe they can beat Illinois. Maybe they can compete with one of these other teams and maybe pull off an upset. But outside of that, I really just don't think that
No.
they can.
Matt Rule spoils my enjoyment of football. Does that count? Just
does.
constantly bitching and moaning about things.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but in reality, things would be fair if you just let me win some games. If the SEC had to play 48 games a year, they'd probably lose as many as I do. That's what would happen if you just made it. Why don't like everything? Every time it's somebody else's fault. Really, I liked him up until he was in the NFL, and then when he threw everybody under the bus in the NFL, it's like I'm done. And that's the only Matt Rule I've seen since is the guy who just threw everybody under the bus.
I didn't like him at Baylor either. Like I've never liked.
I had
Matt
respect
Rule.
for him at Baylor. I had respect for him at Baylor.
I don't respect anything about Baylor. So
Not Baylor itself. Him leaving probably gave me more respect, but I thought he was a good coach there. And I thought he was doing good things to get that program where it needed to be. And then, since then, I've not seen the same Matt Rule to really pull anything up. Let's take a quick break here, Matt. When we come back, I want to get into some NFL talk. I want to judge some NFL new additions. And I want you to buy or sell. These are going to help the team considerably, or these are good additions or bad additions. Buy or sell some of these new additions. We've also got some hot seat stuff to get into. Also, there's trade rumors in the NBA floating around everywhere. A coach was fired today. We'll get into all of that and more as we continue into hour 2 here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and relax the back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we roll into hour 2 here on a Tuesday afternoon edition of Open Gym. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. We just talked a lot of college football. Let's get into a little pro football as we are here in the offseason. OTAs happening right now. Players starting to report, some players not reporting, some players still going around. We're still getting some retirements. All sorts of stuff happening in the NFL. I saw Bill Barnwell put out an article today talking about some of the biggest additions in the NFL this season, whether it's through free agency or through trades. And wanted to go through you, Matt, and we'd look at these and say if we think that this signing is going to work out, or if maybe this was just a move to make a move, or a false hope, if these will work out or not. And we'll start off with one that is a little bit more interesting. Justin Fields heading to the New York Jets. This is a Jets team that is still trying to figure out what to do at quarterback. That Zach Wilson pick really threw him for a loop. That they thought that was going to be the guy. It wasn't. Then they fell into the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes, and a bunch of people lost their jobs over that decision, and not including the guy who owns the team, who it really feels like was one of the main factors in this. That they gave up everything to make it work for Aaron Rodgers. He tears his Achilles year 1, year 2, nothing seems to go right. So then they are now on the hunt and really looking like they were kind of waiting for next season to try and get somebody to replace and get a new franchise quarterback. But they're going to see what happens and kick the tires one more time on Justin Fields. He's moved around a little bit more. Wasn't terrible for Pittsburgh last year, but wasn't getting the job done the way they wanted. This could be his last shot. It'll probably be his last shot for now. He may have to go into another share, but if this is not it, what do you think, Matt, about the Justin Fields situation in New York?
I think I'm going to buy this, actually.
Okay.
I'm going to buy Justin Fields. Number one, he's playing for his career. So I think that you're either going to get the best version of Justin Fields we've seen in the NFL, or you're going to get the worst, depending on how he handles that pressure. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, because I thought he didn't get a fair shake in Pittsburgh last year.
Yeah.
I thought he was playing pretty well. And then the second that he started to struggle and Russell Wilson was ready, they just pulled the ripcord real fast and went to Russell Wilson. And I think that that team had a chance to be better with Justin Field because of the addition of his legs. The Jets aren't exactly well equipped on offense to help him succeed necessarily, but I think that he was their best shot at a legitimate starting quarterback. I don't know that there's any other direction they could have gone in other than also signing Russell Wilson, which would not have been anything different than they've had in the last few years.
No.
So they're taking a risk, and I appreciate that they're taking a risk. And I think that Justin Fields has a chance to be a good NFL quarterback if things, are set up well for him. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to buy this one very hesitantly, but I'm going to buy it still the same.
Yeah, I'll put it this way. I think that Justin Fields, this is kind of a cop-out, but I'll say I'm going to buy for early season. I don't think it's going to have a prolonged effect. I think by the end of the season, we'll be sitting back at the same place saying Justin Fields is not a franchise quarterback. He may be a good patch here or there, but I think they will probably use him a little bit more to his strengths in this offense. I think that they're not going to try and make him fit a mold that he isn't. I think they'll say, you and Garrett Wilson need to figure out whatever you got to figure out that you two can make it work. Then we're also going to have Breece Hall in the run game. We have talent around you. You need to figure out how to get the ball to him, but run around, do whatever you want. We don't necessarily care if you get killed, because you're not our franchise guy right now. So go lay it out on the line. Go pick up those downs. And I think Justin Fields is enough of a fighter that he's going to play well for a while until defenses start to figure it out a little bit more. The pressure starts to set in a little bit later in the season, and then maybe it slows down a little bit more, and you see that slowdown as I don't know if you can keep game planning Justin Fields into winnable situations. I feel like he kind of has to go out and win games the way he plays. So I think that'll happen early, but I don't know if it's going to lead to any sort of down, at the end of the season, getting playoff success or anything like that. I still think you're an okay football team. But look, it is probably also the right decision, because I don't think anybody else would have done any better out there. So I'm with you on that. There isn't really another option there. So I'll say buy early in the season, but I do think it wears off. And the Jets are still at the end of the year thinking who are going to have our quarterback next season. And maybe Justin Fields basically just plays him out of a top pick. And then they have to try and figure out what they're going to do. Our next signing, another quarterback. Daniel Jones ends up in Indianapolis. He shows up. He technically signed from the Vikings, but he came over from the Giants after last year. They cut bait. They're trying to tank. They want to move on and get another quarterback and get out of the hell they've been in. Daniel Jones' numbers aren't terrible because he would have good times, and then in big games, he completely disappears. He's just not the guy consistently whatsoever. So his numbers overall don't look terrible because he had really big games at points. And then it just fell apart over and over again. He's in reality pretty much what everybody projected him to be coming out of college, which is he could be a really, really good backup for you. And maybe he could win you some games if you're in a bad situation. But he doesn't really feel like a career future, like a real starter in the NFL. And now he's at a position playing with Anthony Richardson where none of them are going to get any confidence behind him. There's no system built for him because it's built for Anthony Richardson. So everything's kind of now he has to succeed with his back up against the wall on a not great team with not a ton of great options out there. I mean, they have Michael Pittman, they got Bowie, they got the new they get Ferguson in the draft as well. So, I mean, they have some targets, but nothing great. Jonathan Taylor running the ball. There's some options, but this team overall isn't great. What do you think about the Daniel Jones signing?
What was that show on the old like MSNBC Money or whatever?
Oh,
with the guy, the bald, the bald guy who always looked like he had a major flop sweat going on. Yeah. Sell. I am selling this unequivocally. Like I would have sold this a long time ago. I never would have signed him. I think it's a redundant move. I think he's you already had the worst starting quarterback in the NFL that was returning to their roster, and now you just brought in the second worst starting quarterback in the NFL to compete with him. It didn't really make much sense to me. If you really wanted to have progress at that position, you should have utilized one of your top draft picks on a quarterback and then just gone that direction. And in this situation, I don't understand it. I don't have any faith in Daniel Jones. I think that the system they have for Anthony Richardson could work for Daniel Jones a little bit because he can run and he does have a decent arm. But he was put into a terrible position in New York because he was not a top 10 quarterback, and they went way above board and brought him in at a situation he wasn't prepared for. And that really hurt him. I think it hurt his confidence for the rest of his career, probably. And I just don't have any faith that it's going to work out there. So I'm definitely selling this one for sure.
No, Tyler Warren was the tight end I was trying to think of who they just drafted as well. Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
Look, it's a sell for me. You can't sign guys or trade for guys to be in situations where you want them to lose. That's what they want. They want him to lose this quarterback competition. They're literally bringing him in to try and stir up Anthony Richardson, which I don't think will work either. But they want him to fail because ideally they're not idiots for taking Anthony Richardson so early. They can get out of this, Justin. They can get out of Daniel Jones. Who cares? Get rid of his contract. Yeah, we knew you were a bum. We brought you in for competition. They're rooting for him to fail. If everything were the way they want, Daniel Jones will never see the field for Indianapolis. And that's a bad way to sign somebody and expect them to play well for you. If you're actively rooting for the other guy to win in the conversation, and what they can say outside of it's a real competition and we just want to win and the best player will go is BS. Just like Kyle Shanahan wanted Trey Lance to walk in one day and knock everybody else out, man, Kyle Shanahan and Reed, man, all they wanted was Trey Lance to walk in one day and just play great football, and they could go, screw everybody else. We got Trey Lance now. We don't need any of you other guys. That's all they wanted. Never happened, but that's all they wanted. And I think that now you're at that place. I don't get why you do that. It makes no sense to me to bring in somebody that you want to fail like that. You could have drafted somebody at that pick, a couple picks. All right, you get Riley Leonard in there, but you could have got somebody else that you actually think, well, maybe we got a steal at pick 3 and we're happy about this. You're not, because Daniel Jones, if he's good, then you have to pay Daniel Jones, which you don't want to do. It's like there isn't a win here for you. If Daniel Jones is good, it means next season you got to go pay Sam Darnold money for for Daniel Jones, and you screwed up your number 3 pick in the draft. So why do you want him to win? So if that's what we're talking about, there's no good reason to have him on your team. So sell. I'm with you on that one. How about fun one? Mac Jones to San Francisco as a backup quarterback. We know Mac Jones was the one I just said Trey Lance. Mac Jones was the one that Kyle Shanahan wanted. That was the guy he wanted at that pick. He wanted to trade up and go get Mac Jones. He got overruled. They went with Trey Lance. Didn't work out. Mac Jones didn't work out. But now we just paid Brock Purdy. Mac Jones coming into San Francisco. He's a backup quarterback. So, he's trying to do the path. I'll ask you this. Does Mac Jones become a starter in the NFL again after taking the path that Sam Darnold took, which Sam Darnold went through San Francisco, got the Kyle Shanahan treatment for a year, and then went off to Minnesota and was better? Does Mac Jones, that'll be the buy and sell for this one. Does Mac Jones, not for San Francisco, but is Mac Jones a starter in the NFL again within 3 years?
I don't know. I'll buy that. I will buy that because I do think Mac Jones is a talented player. I saw what he could do at Alabama. I saw signs of what he could do in New England. If he'd had a good team around him, maybe things would have been different. He's a Sark guy, so I want him to succeed for that reason alone. So I guess I'll buy it. I'm going to buy it. It's kind of a nothing move for me at the end of the day. Like, you just signed Brock Purdy to a big deal, and he's stayed healthy throughout his career. So you're just looking for a quality backup. And if Mac Jones gets to play a couple games and show what he can do, maybe he has a shot to.
Again, Sam Darnold did not play. Did Sam Darnold play a snap for San Francisco?
Not that I can recall.
And he got to Minnesota the next year.
Yeah, maybe
he got pulled out of it.
Maybe he gets pulled out of it, and somebody like, Pittsburgh or the Jets, if Justin Fields doesn't work out, or Minnesota when J.J. McCarthy crashes and burns like I expect him to. Trying to think of another one, something like that, a situation like that. I think that they would take a chance with him.
Yeah, I think that someone will take a chance with it. I won't say next season, but within the next, 2 seasons after this one, so next 3 overall seasons, I think he will be a starting quarterback again somewhere. Now, we know Sam Darnold, it worked for 1 year because of the right situation, so I won't say that that'll work down the line, but I think he gets another shot by going down the Shanahan quarterback car wash, trying to get clean there. Najee Harris headed over to the Chargers. Played last year with the Steelers. It never really worked. Tyler Warren kind of took over the share a little bit more there. They had a couple different guys that were taking over share from Najee Harris. He wasn't staying on the field. He's not a full bust, but he's not a success by any means. But the hope is now you stick him into a Harbaugh offense. Now it's supposed to be way more up his alley. And I know Pittsburgh's supposed to be kind of the dart and grind too, but Harbaugh has made, worse running backs do better than what he could have with Najee Harris here. He's also going to be coming in with another back in Amari and Hampton, so we'll have some help here in the running back core. It feels like that offense is just going to be much, much better overall than Pittsburgh offense was at any point. Is this a buy or sell for Najee Harris ending up in LA?
I have a caveat here.
All right.
My caveat was if they hadn't drafted Amari and Hampton, I would have bought it because I think Najee Harris is a really talented running back. And I think that he could have been the bell cow running back for a Jim Harbaugh offense.
Yeah.
But you bring in Amari and Hampton, now the move just seems kind of redundant to me. Like they're kind of the same type of player, like powerful running backs.
Yeah.
Run between the tackles. I think Amari and Hampton's a little bit more explosive than he is, than Harris is. But, at the end of the day, you have 2 really good running backs, I think, now. So I guess I'll give it a buy, maybe a push. I don't really know. But I just, it seemed like a really good, what's the word I'm looking for here? Savvy move by Harbaugh to bring in Najee Harris to put into his offense with the rest of what they already had. And then they drafted the receiver and Trey Harris. And I would have loved to see what Najee Harris could do as the lead back in that system. But now they've got two. That's not a bad thing by any stretch. So I guess I'll give it a bye. I'm just not thrilled about it for him.
No, I get having the two players. It kind of feels redundant, but I think that's going to help out Najee Harris a little bit more, that it isn't that you can put him in. I think Najee Harris is going to get a lot of the brunt work too. Let's put him at the goal line. Let's put him in here where we just trust him to hold on to a football at this point, and we just wanted to use him in these situations. He can earn a little bit more time, but he's also going to earn time on his career because now he's not going to be taking on all of those carries because he's going to share some of them. And in a Harbaugh offense, he will run you down. Most running backs don't play 17 games anymore. And, you especially can't play 17 games taking 30 carries. So if he can do 10 to 15 a game and make those count, then he'll have a really good push this season. I think it'll work out for him. I'm sure he would have loved to be a lead back again and try and make that work, but I don't know if he has the talent to be so multidimensional to be able to be that lead back in the NFL. But he can be a guy to give you 10 to 15 carries a game and be effective in that 10 to 15 carries and maybe do that for the next 2 or 3 years for you. And I think that'll be a big bonus for this Chargers team. And if Martin Hampton can come out and be a beast, then you're just saving his legs and maybe getting another year or two out of him on the back end by not having to run him 30 times a game his rookie season because there's nobody else.
I would like to see the Cowboys sign Najee Harris and then draft Jaden Blue. That's what I would like to see.
Well, I think let's talk about the Cowboys.
I think just real quick, I think in that situation, you give Najee Harris 20 carries a game.
Yeah.
And that's perfect for him. And then you have Thunder, Lightning, and anyway.
No, I'm with you. But let's talk about the Cowboys. Javonte Williams ending up on a Cowboys uniform. He's rolling in to a piss poor Cowboys run game for the last few years. I like Rico Dottle, but he was not the guy, and that was all they had last season. They have not been able to figure it out. Now you have Jaden Blue in that. I mean, we know Miles Sanders, but we're not sure if he's even going to really make the team or not. They have some other players they probably like that are younger that maybe will get into that position instead of him. But you get a Javonte Williams. This is his chance in a new system. But, Brian Schottenheimer, maybe he can make something work, especially if he can catch the ball well enough out of the backfield. Javonte Williams, this is his chance to be a lead back and get treated. Jerry Jones believes in having a lead back. And this is the guy that he's going with right now. If you let Rico Dottle do it last year, Javonte Williams is probably an upgrade on Rico Dottle. So do you buy or sell Javonte Williams being able to succeed in the role on the Cowboys?
I sell.
Sell.
I'm selling. And here's why. I don't think Javonte Williams is a bad player. I think he's fine. I think he's totally serviceable running back. I think this is a Daniel Jones situation.
Okay.
In the sense that I think that they are bringing in Javonte Williams, and now maybe before the draft this wasn't the case, but now that they have Jaden Blue on the roster, I think that they would love for Javonte Williams to lose that starting job to Jaden Blue. I think that's what they want more than anything at that running back position. I think, honestly, they want Jaden Blue to take over as a starter, and they'd love for Phil Maffa to be the number 2 guy because he can be the thunder and be the between the tackles, goal line guy. Javonte Williams would be fine. I don't think it's a huge drop off from like Rico Dottle or anything like that. I would rather have Rico Dottle than Javonte Williams, but I think I think he's fine. I just, it's a situation I think that's unwinnable for him because they want Jaden Blue to be the future.
I get that. I'm going to say it's a buy for me. I think Javonte Williams is going to do well. Jaden Blue is going to take a little bit of time to get used to this. I just as someone who watched Jaden Blue last year, I don't think he's necessarily ready to be the guy. He doesn't have the pass pro. He's really good in certain situations, but I don't think he's ready to be that guy. I think he needs to spend another year or two getting ready to be that guy. If he's going to be able to actually run up the middle, if you're going to be able to use him in the red zone and actually be able to block and run up the middle and do other things, I'm not sure he's there yet. I think Javonte Williams is. Now, do I think he's a 1,000-yard rusher? No. But I think he'll be a good player for this for this team that's going to be able to get some yardage, get some things done for them, and maybe allow the play action game to be able to work a little bit better than it has in years past. And that is huge for Dak Prescott. So I'll say that I think is a little bit better because I think play action for Jaden Blue, maybe you have to flow out on it, but it's a pass still. You still think it's a pass when Jaden Blue's in on that pass play action. You could believe it a little bit more with Javonte Williams. So far, in just right now, maybe Jaden Blue will progress amazingly, but I mean, Trey Wisner passed him by last year. And part of that was because he couldn't hold on to the football, but Trey Wisner passed him by last year, and I think Javonte Williams is better than Trey Wisner probably. So I'll just say I don't think he's ready yet. I think he will. I think he can get there, but I don't think he's there yet. So I'll say it was a really good signing because I think Jaden Blue's a good signing for let's see if we can make Tony Pollard in 2 years. But I don't think it's, hey, we just drafted Tony Pollard. We drafted a 25, 26-year-old Tony Pollard. No, we drafted someone there's a reason he was available there because it's gonna take a little time to shape him into what we want.
I think that Javonte Williams will be fine, and I think he will be a fine player. And if you're talking about just this season, maybe he is the feature back this season, and they're fine with that. I just think his career trajectory is very short in Dallas.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm selling
he's not going to be. Yeah, he's not going to be long term. But I don't think he's signed a big deal either. So
no, I think it's a 1-year deal. But I'm just not a huge fan of letting Rico Dowdle walk for a guy who's basically the same player.
I agree. I mean, I wouldn't have done it either. But
just to say,
I think they could have done much worse. I'll say that
they could have done much worse.
Not signed anybody, or just signed Miles Sanders and pretended that was okay. Staying with the Cowboys, buy or sell George Pickens. George has now come out and said that he said and then deleted on Twitter that it was not just that he was such a problem in Pittsburgh they wanted to trade him away. He said he somewhat forced his trade, that he was not happy there. He was ready to move on, that he needed a fresh start. All reports are that he's loving his fresh start in Dallas right now. He gives a real number 2 option to the Cowboys. It will help out CeeDee Lamb to have him out there. He is all hope, but we do know the history of wide receivers that the Steelers trade. We know that as well. And that is the question. Is he going to be the guy for 17 weeks that is going to really help escalate this offense to maybe be able to win a playoff game? Is that what George Pickens is going to do? Or is George Pickens a 1-year rental that you gave up some pieces for and he's going to be crazy and it's not going to get you and you're not going to pay him after the thing because he's going to want too much money and it's all over? And so it's okay rental, but wasn't really there. Buy or sell on George Pickens.
Well, he did push-ups with CeeDee Lamb, so obviously it's going to work out.
He did push-ups.
I'm buying this. I'm really confident that George Pickens is going to make this offense what it should be in terms of the passing game, because I think he's going to demand coverage and they're not going to be able to double CeeDee Lamb all the time because George Pickens will just burn you down the field because he's so fast and so athletic and can jump above everybody. And he does other things really well too. When he's locked in, he's a really good downfield blocker. And he can help that running game in that way. He's going to stretch the field, which helps the offense in all sorts of different ways. I mean, we've gone over George Pickens 100 times, so I won't go through every reason why I think that he's going to be a good player for the Cowboys. But I do think it's going to work out. I think it's going to be a home run, actually. So I'm buying this for sure.
I'm buying too. We've talked about it. I'm buying. I think that he will fit in well there. I mean, it may go downhill because Jerry just may not pay him. And so it may go downhill quickly. It may be a 1-year rental. I think this year will go really well for them. And hopefully Jerry Jones and everything, it works out and they decide to pay him. And it's not just and they don't come out and say, well, you're number 2, so you deserve $8 million a year. And that, which seems like a very Jerry Jones thing to do. But I'm with you on a buy there. How about Devontae Adams with the Rams coming over, demands the trade, gets traded to play with his old buddy Aaron Rodgers after he demanded a trade to get rid of Aaron Rodgers to go play with his old buddy Derek Carr, and then lost his love for the game because Derek Carr was getting him killed, and then they had no other quarterbacks, and so he says, give me back to where I was, and then he gets there, and he has a little bit of fun, but the team's no good, And so he's out again, and now he's a free agent. They cut bait with Devontae Williams, and he ends up on a Rams team that gets rid of Cooper Kupp. They bring in Devontae Adams, and buy or sell Devontae Adams helping out Matt Stafford in this Rams team.
I'm buying this one. I think that Devontae Adams, I don't remember where we had him ranked in our rankings for wide receiver. I think he was top 10 or close.
He was close, I think. I don't know if he was.
But I think this is going to be an upgrade over Cooper Kupp because he can stay healthier. I think he's just a better overall player. And if he can get back to the top of his game, then he has a chance to be a top 5 wide receiver. And with a quarterback like Matthew Stafford, that's not out of the conversation because Matthew Stafford is a top 10 quarterback. So I really like this for them. I think that they upgraded at wide receiver with him over Cooper Kupp. I think he's going to have a really good chemistry with Matthew Stafford because I bet they're already, in the lab working on that stuff. I bet they were before OTA started and all those things. I'm a little biased because I'm a Matthew Stafford fan. So, I'm going to have that there. But, I think that by getting Devontae Adams, the Rams solidified themselves as a Super Bowl contender out of the NFC. Are they going to win it? Probably not. The Eagles are still there. But I think that they have a chance to play for an NFC title game now. And potentially, if they can make some crazy things happen, make it to a Super Bowl in large part because of this signing. So it'll all depend on Devontae Adams if he can become the player that we're used to Devontae Adams being, which isn't a guarantee. But being in Sean McVay's system, the way that they run that offense, I think that this has to be a buy.
Okay, I'm not far off from you on this. Let's see where we had him. Pull up that list. I forgot I could pull it up this way.
I'm glad we skipped De'Ami Brown, by the way, because I know nothing about him. So
yeah, we skipped De'Ami Brown. We can skip that. Devontae Adams was number 10 on our list. Devontae Adams was number 10, so he's top 10. I'm with you. I think it's a buy. I mean, they got a really good deal on him to bring him in. When they were trying to cut costs, they couldn't afford to keep Cooper Kupp. He was constantly injured. Devontae Adams still does get banged up every year, but I think it opens up the playbook a little bit differently. It changes what you got to do because it takes away something that Cooper Kupp was. The only thing Devontae Adams is Cooper Kupp, of a guy who's just going to go out there and catch ball after ball. But I think Puka Nacua can get closer to that Cooper Kupp model now because he can play a little bit more of that style, allowing Devontae Adams to go downfield. We know Puka Nacua talked about training with Cooper Kupp and having to throw up a bunch of times doing it because of how hard Cooper Kupp was training. So I think that maybe you'll put him more in that range. Say, let you get some passes and try and run some routes between them and Tutu Atwell. Jay Witt's going to be there too. So maybe Jay Witt can find a little space to get some of those shorter routes and just make some big catches. Whoever you can find to put into those roles. But Devontae Adams giving you a more big play ability and just one of those big bodies that you can hit and see what happens. And Sean McVay can draw up the space for that guy like that. That'll, if you're able to get him a little space to run the ball.
Is DeMarcus Robinson still on that team?
Let's go to. I have no idea.
Let me see. No, he got signed by the 49ers. Damn. Okay. I was going to say, if they also have DeMarcus Robinson, then that might be the best wide receiver core in the NFL. They also have a really good tight end room. So I think that things are going to be wide open for Devontae Adams for most of the season, which is good.
All right, let's head it down to Deebo Samuel. We know he gets traded by the 49ers. This is a good push for the 49ers to go ahead and get a good push for the Commanders. They're trying to build something around their young quarterback, Jaden Daniels. He was being unhappy. He's got a contract coming up after this year. So Deebo Samuel ends up playing for the Washington Commanders. Buy or sell Deebo Samuel being added to this Commanders roster?
I'm buying this because I think that they really needed a number 2 wide receiver, and Deebo can do a lot of different things. He can help you in the passing game, but he can also run the ball if you need him to. I mean, he did everything for the 49ers, and they just needed to add another weapon to that offense to really put it over the top. I don't think that Deebo is like a top 10 wide receiver or a top 15 wide receiver, but he's a very good, versatile player that can help out that offense and a young quarterback who needs all the weapons around him. So I'm going to buy it in that sense. And I don't think they gave up a whole lot to get him either.
No, I don't think they gave up a whole lot to get him either. I like this. It is risky to bring in Deebo Samuel to, are you risking a lot to get a guy that may or may not be there? How much are you going to change up your offense? But I do like you adding weapons. We saw the Texans do it last year for CJ Stroud. Offensive line did not help out in that, but they did add weapons to try and step this up. I prefer that to then saying, let's just play the status quo, new ownership there. So I will buy them trying to make the moves to bring guys in, but also not making long-term deals where they weren't trying to go sign T. Higgins for, a 7-year, $400 million deal or whatever, one of those gigantic wide receiver deals. Now, they may have to re-sign Deebo Samuel if he plays well enough for them, but that gives him a little bit of time to think about it and maybe get a realistic offer for a guy like him. And then you still have Scary Terry on the other side catching the ball for them. But I'll actually throw in another one while we stay in Washington for this one, and Laramie Tunsil ending up on the Washington Commanders. Laramie Tunsil coming from the Texans. The Texans decide it is complete rebuild of this offensive line. There is no good seeds here. All our veterans got to go. They weren't getting the job done. Laramie Tunsil more penalized than anybody else on an offensive line, which is not what you want from your veteran and your leader. He's still a good left tackle, but we don't really know if that was the Texans offensive line and the coaching and everything else, or maybe Laramie Tunsil losing a step. You put him in this line, you give a left tackle to Jane Daniels, but again, he's going to want to get paid here again soon. And is this the guy that's going to be able to help you build your offensive line for the next 5-6 years? Or is this guy going to be a 1-year rental, 1 or 2 years, and you say, man, I get why they got rid of him. I think he's still really good, but clearly something was up. And was that up in the Texans or was that up with Laramie Tunsil?
I think that was more on the Texans than Laramie Tunsil. And I think that he was extremely frustrated with that situation, and that sort of showed in his play. Now, do you want to see that out of a player who you're paying all that money to? Absolutely not. But I'm buying this move for the simple fact that they are doing everything they possibly can to help Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Whatever they've got to do to help him, they're going to bring him in another weapon. They're going to bring in somebody to protect him. I'm buying it because of that. Do I think Laramie Tunsil is going to, make the Pro Bowl the next 2 years and then go on to sign another big money deal and make 5 Pro Bowls after that? No. I think he's probably reaching the end of his, elite play in the NFL. Well, he'll be good for a while, but I just like that they're going all in on protecting and giving their quarterback weapons. So that's why I'm going to buy it.
So I'm going to buy this with a caveat. As long as they do not have to pay Laramie Tunsil this season, as long as he does not hold out at camp or show any demands that he wants to get his money now, that he'll wait another year to get his money, to get that extended contract. So you do get to see a year of him outside of that Houston offensive line. He's 30 years old. Offensive linemen can play till they're mid to late 30s easily. So he can still be that left tackle for at least 5 more years. But the question is, if you have to pay him before you get into the camp, then it's a sell, because that's his last big contract probably. If he gets 4 years, something like that, 3-4 years, then that may be the last one. He goes, I'm good. And we saw that the Albert Hainsworth, I think you brought up the other day, when they signed him and gave him all this money. Now it's a different regime now in Washington, so maybe things will be a little bit different, but that is where you wonder a little bit more. If you have to pay him before the season, is he okay with not necessarily being the guy, and he'll just be an okay left tackle that you're paying franchise left tackle money to? And that's what you can't have. You can't be paying a guy like he is a top 5 left tackle and he's a top 20. And so I think that's the one concern. But right now, I know he's making good money, but the contract's coming up. It's not terrible money. So right now, it's not a bad thing, but it would be if you have to repay him again this year. So I'll put that caveat on it. But I do think I'm with you. Help out your young quarterback. You have the window. We all know what that window is of a rookie contract for a quarterback. Use the hell out of it. And so that's what they're doing right now. Our next one, Evan Ingram heading to the Broncos. He was with the Jaguars last year. He ends up playing for the Denver Broncos now. They needed a tight end. That was one of the positions that they were really trying to add to get this team to the next level. They've also brought in a running back now. They feel a little bit better about where they're going. Now, that wide receiver position is still maybe hit or miss in Denver, but Bo Nix had a good year last year. Does getting him a tight end help out, and is it a buy or sell? Does this Evan Ingram really raise Denver's chances to get a shot at that division?
Another Ole Miss guy, which I'm really excited about. I'm going to buy this just because I think you needed to get Bo Nix a legitimate tight end option. Evan Ingram has had sort of a crazy up and down career, I think. He played 17 games in 2022 for Jacksonville, had 73 catches, and had 766 yards and 4 touchdowns. And then next year, 17 games, 114 receptions, 963 yards, 4 touchdowns. Great couple of years. And then last year, he only plays 9 games. He gets 47 catches, 365 yards. He has had some injury issues in his career. So if he can stay healthy and get involved in this offense, and, you know, Bo Nix is a better quarterback than Trevor Lawrence, for example, like if that turns out to be true, then I'll buy it. I want to see him stay healthy, and I want to see part of this isn't on him. It's more on Bo Nix. Will Bo Nix have the sophomore slump? I think that they're doing everything that they can to make sure that doesn't happen by drafting a running back and adding weapons to the offense. But it's kind of a wait and see for me. I'm going to buy it for now, but I reserve the right to change my mind in a few months.
Look, I'll buy it. It's a good pickup, but I'm not buying it. I'm not spending much money on it. Let's put it that way. I won't say I sell. I think, you know, it's better than they could have done. I think it's a good guy to bring in, once again, help out your tight end. But I'm not going to sell that this guy. I'm not going to buy that this guy is going to really boost your odds. I think, you know, you're talking about a guy who's probably good for 6 targets a game. You know, maybe 4 catches, 6 targets, maybe get a touchdown every 3rd game. I don't think he's an elite threat at that position, but I think he'll be a good player for them. And when you didn't really have anything there before, he'll be a slight upgrade at that position, and maybe have a game or two that he really changes things. If you play against somebody who has trouble guarding the tight end position, that's when he can really shine. We saw him do it a few times in Jacksonville, that if he gets the right matchup, he can put up some points and he can put up some numbers for you. But not every matchup is he's going to win. If he plays against good linebacking cores and good secondaries that can bump around with him, he's just going to have a harder time. So it's not every week, but for those weeks, and if one of those works out in a matchup in your division, good for you, because you need that. You need every matchup you can get. A couple more we'll hit real quick here. Kenyon Green, another piece of that Texans offseason rebuild. He ends up in Philadelphia. Does Kenyon Green make any difference to this Philadelphia offensive line? Do they find yet another diamond in the rough? That was the Houston Texans were the problem, and guess what? We just found another Pro Bowler on our offensive line.
If this was any other team but the Eagles, I would probably sell it. But the fact that it's the Eagles, I feel like I'm almost obligated to say buy, just because everything works out for them in these kinds of situations. I don't feel good about it. He was, I think, according to PFF, over the last 2 years, the worst guard in the NFL. So I don't know, but it's the Eagles, so I assume that it's probably going to work out because they're going to be able to bring something out of him that nobody else could. So I'm going to say push, just because I don't want to say buy with this guy. I'm going to say push, and I'm just going to avoid the sell. So we'll push it.
We're going to say sell. Come on. Say sell. This is a sell. Kenyon Green does not have it. He's a bust. He's going to go there. He's going to be the backup for a couple of years. And then they'll say, well, we had to get rid of C.J. Gardner-Johnson anyway. And he just was a backup guard for us. He's never really going to play for him much. I just don't think it's going to be anything major for them. I get
Eagles
this.
Are going to turn him into a Pro Bowler.
I'm betting against it. I'm going to bet on my team. One more real quick. Joey Bosa headed to Buffalo. We know that this was a He gets released from the Chargers. The injuries have piled up for Bosa over the last few years. He's not the same guy. The Bills have tried this with a couple of people to bring in to help out their pass rush. Does Joey Bosa present an actual pass rush for Buffalo this year, and can he stay on the field?
I'm going to say that he has like 2 or 3 really good games, and it looks like it's going to be a bye, and then the guy just can't stay healthy. And I hope that he does, because when he is healthy, he's a really good player. But history suggests otherwise. So I'm going to sell it. I think this is just another big name move this offseason that isn't really a big move to me.
Yeah, I think this is let's say, see a guy play 8 games. He maybe has one game that gets, multiple sacks, or like a sack and a half somewhere, or a tackle for loss and a sack, and that's it. But I just don't see him being able to progressively do it, especially in a cold weather, where it's going to change what he's been playing in for the last, he's been playing in LA and San Diego and in much nicer climates, to have to go back to playing in cold climates as he ages on and the injuries are up there. The bones might creak a little bit more. So I'm going to sell on this one as well. It's worth a risk to go try and get the guy when you're Buffalo and you're trying anything to get over it. But I think you'll see more images of him falling over trying to tackle Patrick Mahomes than him holding up a trophy for beating Patrick Mahomes.
That's fair. I'll buy your theory. I'll buy that.
Because let's put it this way. That's all it is for Buffalo at this point, right?
Yeah.
It's like you have to get to the Super Bowl. So if you get to the Super Bowl, whole new problems, and now we got to try and win a Super Bowl. You have to get there, and they just can't even do that. So that's where the big piece is. They're trying to get Bosa to get a pass rush and improve that, and maybe slow down Patrick Mahomes. But I just don't know. All right, we're going to take a quick. Go ahead.
Just real quick. I think at some point this summer, which I'm sure we'll do this, and you've thought of this already, I think we should make our Super Bowl picks.
Yeah.
That just reminded me of that.
Texans go all the way, right?
Texans versus Cowboys Super Bowl, obviously.
Yeah, of course. I was watching King of the Hill the other day. An all Texas Super Bowl, and he's just like, God lead the way.
They're bringing back King of the Hill.
I do know that. That's what I was watching it the other day. He's trying to get caught up, and there's a whole episode about that. They thought they could root for both teams because they were like, because Boomhauer went to Houston to go to see the Texans training camp, and they were like, we know you went to the Texans training camp and you're cheating on the Cowboys. And it's like, well, they're not in the same conference, so we can root for both teams. And so that was when they all became Texans fans, because they're rooting for both teams. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come on back here, wrap things up, talk a little NBA. We'll mention the Tom Thibodeau and why he was gone in New York, and why I should have told you that was going to happen yesterday. We'll get into that a little bit and wrap things up. Meathead of the day as we wrap things up here on a Tuesday afternoon here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
You see covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper. And some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code TEXAS20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Back here on Open Gym, wrapping things up on a Tuesday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Matt, we saw today Tom Thibodeau. We talked about very little yesterday about the Knicks and what they needed to do. And I told you they wouldn't stand pat. I did not go on my hotter take, which is I think they might fire Thibodeau. I should have gone with that hotter take that I had written down yesterday and went, you know what? Let's not go into that too far. That may be me overreacting to it that they'll get rid of Thibodeau. They get rid of him today. Tom Thibodeau gets fired. And I got text about it. People were like, isn't this crazy? I'm like, it's not. Have you not been watching what's happening in the NBA? The new theory in the NBA for these coaches is I don't expect you to make a $40 million player play well. We paid him $40 million. He's going to play well. If you can't, you're not going to have a job ever. But I'm not paying you to make him. He's supposed to play well. That is an expected part of it. What I need from you is I need to make that $8 million player and that $5 million player. I need them to be good. And one thing Tom Thibodeau did not do was build a bench. He had guys that could play a little bit, and he never got them going. And that's what owners want out of their coaches right now. They want guys who can make them look really smart for not paying guys money. They know they have to spend the money on the big names, but that's not, they don't look, they'll let those players get to pick and choose who their coach is. So you have to be a player coach for them. But what they really want to see is you be able to make their roster 9-10 deep without them having to spend that extra money and go over the apron, because that new apron makes it so none of these teams really want to go that far over it. So like, look, you have to make discount player work. And in Oklahoma City, that's what they've done. That's the model they're looking at right now. And they go, look at Oklahoma City. They're making discount players work. And they're there. And you see what Rick Carlisle has done in Indiana, the 2 teams in the playoffs. They're both under the apron. They both have discount players playing at really high levels. Now Tyrese Halliburton's going to play well. Pascal Siakam's going to play well. Miles Turner's going to play well. Sure, they're supposed to. They're getting paid to. But what about the guy who's not there? Tom Thibodeau never really tried to make the next level of guys step up. He played his top guys a ton of minutes. That's not what owners want to see anymore. It's not what GMs want to see anymore. And when they thought of all the moves they're going to make, well, let's start off by we need to change what our culture is and change what our process is, because he's only going to play 6 or 7 guys, and that ain't going to work. We just got beat by, like, I don't care how good Tom Thibodeau is and what players we get put in here. If the Pacers can beat us with that roster, what's the point? And that's where he gets let go today. Now, whether that or not that's the smartest move in the world is a different debate, but that is where the NBA is right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with this one. Like, how many playoff series did the Knicks win before they brought in Tom Thibodeau?
Not much.
Over the last,
didn't spend the money.
Over the last, like, 10, 15 years. I think it was like 1 playoff series.
Yeah.
And then they bring in Tom Thibodeau, they win 4 playoff series.
Yeah.
So from that point of view, it's like, what are you doing? This doesn't make sense. And it's like, oh, the Knicks are just gonna Knicks, you know? But from the other perspective, it's like, okay, we need you to build this certain model that is the new standard of the NBA, and you're not doing it. I don't know if he's refusing to do it or he just is incapable of doing it, but they haven't been able to do it. and they haven't been able to take the next step. They made a bunch of big moves over the last couple of years, hoping that they could get past, and compete with Boston and get to the NBA Finals. And then they beat Boston, and they still can't make it to the Finals.
Yeah.
So
no, and I mean, look, the reality is the guys who are sitting with the governors, owners of these teams, is the general manager. Those are the guys who have more meetings with them. The coaches are prickly people anyway. They're not necessarily the most fun guys to be around. Tom Thibodeau is probably not a barrel of laughs at a dinner party. He's probably trying to talk some basketball. He's a hell of a coach. But again, when they walk in, they go to the general manager after they lose this series, and he goes, well, why the hell did we lose this series? Why should I keep paying you to run this team if you can't tell me why we lose this series? And he goes, I gave him all those players. They can say we didn't win until we had Tom Thibodeau. We didn't have Jalen Brunson and Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby and Karl Anthony Towns. I gave him everybody, and he still couldn't win.
Yeah.
Anybody could win with those guys. And so that's the story they're getting from the ownership. And then Tom Thibodeau walks in and he goes, I don't know why we lost. We probably just need to be better. If those are the two answers, who are you going to fire? The guy who's telling you it's his fault, or the guy who's not telling you it's anybody's fault? Because Tom Thibodeau can't say I didn't have the players. He had the players. He didn't have enough depth, but there's not money to get depth. So you get in these predicaments and in the new NBA, and that's what Denver did. Denver said, we expect Jokic and Aaron Gordon and Murray to be really good. What the hell about the rest of them? If you can't make the rest of them great, and we can only play a 7-man roster, and we're paying these top guys this much money, well, we'll never win like this. Because unless you can make these small guys better, like an OKC did, and maybe OKC drafted better, maybe OKC had more time to play them, maybe OKC has other things, but they're not thinking that. They're saying, I look at the rosters who are making it deeper in the playoffs, and they're having guys step up, and we're not having anybody step up to be the next guy. We need that, and that is why these coaches are going to get fired, because then you go to the players. Now, Jalen Brunson said that he was fine with him. I mean, his dad's on the coaching staff as well. So, I mean, there's stuff in it. I'm sure that they're not best friends. No one's best friends with the coach at the end of the season. They yelled at you all season long. But this feels much more of a general manager coming down and saying, I gave him everybody, and he still couldn't get us over. He couldn't beat the Pacers. Come on.
Yeah, I think the difference between this and the Denver situation is that Denver had just won a title 2 years ago.
I agree.
Tom Thibodeau is never going to reach that, I don't think, with this team.
No.
The one thing that I do hope, the one thing that I do hope comes of this, though, is that the Knicks hired Jason Kidd.
Oh no, you know who they're going to hire, right?
They're going to hire Jason Kidd.
They're going to hire Jay Wright, man.
I hope that the Knicks hire Jason Kidd, and then the Mavericks now have a reason to be like, oh well, we don't have our head coach anymore. We might as well just start from scratch, and then they'll fire Nico Harrison and bring in a real GM and a real coach to raise up Cooper Flagg. And then
I'm all about that, except for the last thing you said. I want Nico Harrison on his way out to trade Cooper Flagg to the Spurs, and then I'll be happy. No, there's a lot. We'll get into some of the trade rumors too again tomorrow since we're running out of time. But no, it was just funny because that came out today, and it was literally yesterday. I was going to mention it. That I was like, there's a chance they get rid of Tibbs just because it's been 5 years. He hasn't got him to the finals yet. They're spending a lot of money. James Dolan doesn't like not being able to get there. He's done it before in his tenure. He doesn't want to do it again. He doesn't want to sit and be just good enough and be that team who's right below. And so someone has to take the chop. And who is it going to be? No one else is going to get it. So it just funnels down to you. And he ends up being the guy who gets the chop. Real quick, let's hit this video file I saw today of some of the best moments of Mic'd Up last year for our meathead of the day.
Terrible attack! Somebody jump on sides, damn!
Hey, we didn't have a play called, Max! We didn't have a play called, Max! We didn't even have a play called! LOL. my helmet go? I lost my helmet. I lost my helmet. That ain't it. Can you help me find my helmet? I'm tired, Grandpa. What do you say? That's too damn bad. Oh, hold up. Judge Judy. Oh, she's with us? That's dope. That's dope. She is so small. I ain't never played in the freaking snow before, but I know one thing. We're going to make some snow angels by dominating the line of scrimmage.
You smell like hot dog water, boy. You. I was wondering what you'd break first. Your spirit or your body?
Some good stuff there. Mic'd up last season. Hopefully we'll get some more this year.
Maybe that's why the Cowboys didn't sign Tyler Lockett, because he couldn't find his helmet on the sideline.
That's probably it. Still couldn't find it. All right, we got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow. Midweek movie review tomorrow. I got to watch a movie now. So we'll get into that with Miracle tomorrow and more good
So many
stuff.
notes on this movie.
Oh, my goodness. He's got his notes ready to go. I still got to watch it. We'll get into a lot more as we continue through on the hump day tomorrow. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more.